Good evening. Greetings and well met. Hello, Octo, Prostar, Zevis, Invoker, Jacob, Apple. Yes. Apologies. This is a day early. Uh, the reason being is a conflict of scheduling. As such, we found that the way that we'd still be able to play is to move it forward a day. So we will be playing today instead of Friday. I do apologize for the confusion. All right. I hope everybody's having a good day today. Today is episode 8 of Cometh the Fall, a Pelagic Alliance. We're going to give the players a few more moments to get themselves situated before we transition over and have everybody introduce themselves. I hope all of you are doing well. Hello, Sneaky, Taiga, Debathian, EMC, Rock, Ace, Wolfmaster, Guido, saving chocolate for tomorrow. Yes. We have a very interesting episode today. The players just recently made an alliance with the Sahagin that they met. They now have plans going forward of how to potentially escape Hayne Keep, and I am looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. And we're going to see what plans they come up with. All right. I believe everybody's ready. Indeed, escape. Let's go ahead and let's move over and see all the players. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Is everybody here?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. There you are.
Last I checked.
So, hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 8.
Greeting.
This time, where we generally have everybody introduce their character in an order, I'm going to leave it all up to you. Whoever would like to introduce themselves first.
I'll go first. Hey, everyone. I'm Alaric, a half-elf him. He's from an island home called Karim. He's a prince. That makes him the son of a high lord and of a high lady. The Wildfather has seen something in little, useless, and hedonistic Alaric, enough to gift him with visions and manifestations of nature. Because of it, and how such things manifest, he is rudimentarily a paladin, worshipping a set of tenets older still than man and even civilization itself. That's him.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. I am Yiria Zairi, Yiria of Shademore, Yiria of House Ithilien. I am a foreigner to these lands, freshly brought here by my father's boats, and promptly arrested by Lord Hayne's men. I am acting as a human warlock in the party, though the extent of what I can do has probably not been fully revealed to the party yet, though I suspect they have a hint at this point. I came here to Tyros, looking for the lost history of my people, as we are rumored to be refugees of this place, most of Shademore being a human in a land of elves. Why we crossed an ocean, well, that information has been lost to us. I am probably the first, or perhaps second, very few of those of Shademore ever leave Shademore, and even less to Tyros itself, and I must say my first impressions are rather wanting. I have recently made a blood pact with the Sahagin, and I suppose I'm about to find out the repercussions of such an action.
Thank you. Next.
I am playing Sabine Roser, a female Asmar paladin. She hails from Katarina and is a member of the Order of the Rose. She found herself in the keep and is currently troubled because she is trying to weigh out the crystals getting out and into production because of what they can do and the loss of innocent life. Short and simple.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go ahead and rip it off like a band-aid. I am playing Marana Lemoria, a level 1 Dampier rogue, though I suspect my party does not yet know exactly what I am. I was brought to Hayne Keep by invitation of Lord Hayne, extended to my father and myself. Upon coming here, I was promptly arrested like my fellow prisoners for charges that were clearly lacking any merit. But recently I learned that these were all a part of Hayne's plans and his mysterious order.
Thank you.
I'll go. I play Kellen Aldane. He is a ranger of the Grey Watch, and they are typically responsible for tracking through the wilds and thwarting the advances of beastmen and morlings alike, other monstrosities and so on. Not particularly under the purview of any High Lord or anything like that. Investigating the Southlands, ruled over by Hayne, my Lord Hayne. He was captured after his team attempted to flee, and seeing his opportunity to get a look about what's going on inside, has met the others aboard their prison ship and stuck with them ever since, as best he can anyway, and hopes to thwart Lord Hayne from within for this criminal acts.
Thank you. And finally,
Oh, am I the last?
you are.
Alright. Greetings. I am Cyril de Catalina, ward of House Edenmore, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 1 high elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle. I would lay my life on the line for house and home, but unfortunately, I have found myself in the unforgiving clutches of Hayne Keep, manned and orchestrated by Lord Hayne and his goons. I endeavor to seek the real reasons I have been sent here, and will stop at nothing to find the truth.
Thank you. It is the 22nd of God's night. Surrounded by monstrous, armored crustaceans, the party's quick thinking reveals to them a path across the chasm, as more crabs begin to emerge from their driftwood palaces. Descending upon the party as anxiety begins to take hold, the party quickly makes it across the chasm and avoids the search party that had come looking for the noises being made. Hearing the crabs being spoken to by an entity that none could understand, they wait for several long beats before being able to move again. Delving deeper into the caverns, the pitch-black nature makes it impossible for some of the party to see, attempting to discern which path would easily be traversable by those with dark vision. Just as the party is discussing their options, one crab, more armored than the rest, appears in its initiative. Despite Kellen's best attempts, the monster's life is ended with one heroic and brutal swing upwards by Alaric, crushing the creature's head. Crossing through the northern passage was a number of mishaps that almost led to the plummeting of several party members. The party are drawn to the blood-curdling scream of someone deeper within. Weapons at the ready, the party enter the final chamber and are met with several Sahagin, their fell ritual underway. Alaric, attempting to strike first, falls just short and draws their attention. It's initiative once more. Their warriors are fierce, but none as fierce as the party, who cut down one with ease, sending the priestess into a rage where she lashes out with bursts of lightning that see Alaric unconscious. It's at this moment that Yuria learns of the creature's thoughts, her hatred for those children of Hayne. What would have been a bloody battle is instead halted when the priest confronts Yuria for her statement said within her mind. Weapons are stayed and a discussion is had. A tenuous alliance is made and an oath is sealed. This is where our story resumes. The sigil having formed on your forehead, Yuria, the Sahagin priestess Shalu pulls her hand back and gives you a small nod.
She curtsies. Formal. Noble act. Now, she turns to the party. I assume one of you have a plan for getting Torrig in the Bastille?
Seeing as how he's become quite a regular there, I don't imagine it'll be much of a problem. Probably just punch a guard or something.
A few issues with that, I think. One, we cannot make it seem like we want him there. Otherwise, Hayne will link our... he'll know that we were involved with his rescue, if he ever breaks out.
That's right. It is why he must be the one to do it. After all, he is the expert.
Well, I didn't say we would punch a guard with him. I just said he would do it.
And therein lies the problem. We have to convince him.
Indeed. And we have to make sure that whatever he does actually brings him to the Bastille and not some worse fate. If you remember last time, he was brutally beaten for whatever reason. They might be getting more creative with him.
Or
Wasn't he beaten by other prisoners, though?
I don't know.
perhaps Hayne gave him an ultimatum. Perhaps he crosses that line again. He goes to the Bastille. Perhaps he's killed.
Well, we won't know until we talk to him, will we? So there's really no point in speculating or criticizing any plans until we get there.
Exactly.
There is one thing we should scrutinize, however. Making sure that he is in by the time our new allies break in. When, she turns to the priestess, when is best for you to do the deed?
Once we are out of here, I can find the path, direct what is left of my people. It may take one cycle of the sun.
Day. Easy enough.
That assumes we ever see the sun again. She looks up to the ocean. Can we see what time of day it is through the water?
Roll me a perception check. Everything okay?
Oh, I roll.
I see a roll.
Oh, hold on. Ghost didn't see anything. Hold on, I have to
Wow.
refresh Ghost. What a fun time.
Ghost is a punk bee.
Technical difficulties.
Ghost's a little punk bee, obviously.
Good. This gives me time to update my notes.
Oh,
Thanks, Ghost.
my immersion.
Thanks, Ghost. The verisimilitude, it's broken. Worst part is adjusting the chat box. I love technical difficulties.
It was a 13.
They're lovely.
Okay. With a 13, no. It's at this moment, as you're sort of looking up and peering through these roiling upside down waves, the shadows that you see, it appears that it's not sunlight that is casting these shadows. You can see that deeper within, as the water stills at times, what appears to be a structure within, upside down, like the point of a tower that is directed just at the priestess. You can see large glowing clumps of bioluminescence that are clung to the sides of it.
Temporarily distracted, she murmurs, "What is that?"
Shaliu looks up. That is our home.
How large is the structure?
There's a point where you can no longer see it, so it is fairly large.
City-sized, I get it.
Well, other things to consider. What shall we do with this man? As he points to that dude.
Shaliu gives you a moment of like visible confusion, then realization as she turns to look back at the prisoner bound at the wrists, their head lulled back, eyes like stark white, and their mouth partially agape. I am afraid there is no saving that one.
I assume he was one of Hayne's loyalists anyway.
He certainly only had good things to say about this Hayne.
Well then, no trouble there. Are you aware of the man-eating crab creatures further back in the cave?
Yes.
I don't suppose you have a way of convincing them not to eat us, or perhaps a way for us to get back safely. Getting here was rather harrowing.
The caverns are the only way deeper within. For you to leave, you must go through the passages that you took. But our creations will not harm you.
Good to know. Perhaps we'll find an easier way. The one that we got here almost got us killed.
Which path did you take?
I believe it was the furthest north one, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, okay. The one farthest, he kind of like turns around in a circle and then points. If it was top down, it would be northwards, or, he kind of like points in a kind of a makeshift direction.
Where the ground was falling.
What was that?
Where the ground is falling.
Yes.
I'm glad now that we are allies, but that path would have led you into the nest of our creations.
Well then.
Is everybody drinking right now?
It's just Ibrahim.
I can hear like clattering and ice and shit.
You guys can hear that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Time
Oh my god, you should have said something. I'm such an idiot.
Yeah,
time to beat
Ibrahim.
you.
No, it's coming from Yuria too. That's why I was like,
Don't do that. Hate that.
Oh no, I am really sorry. I didn't think you guys could hear it.
it's
That's
all right.
fine. You're fine. You're good. Anyway,
I have coffee. Smile.
That is where our creations come from.
well, we managed to get through without harming them, except for maybe one. Just putting that out there, but we didn't kill any others, so
She purses her lips.
Yuria winces.
purely a defensive measure, I assure you.
She doesn't say anything. But you can see that there's like visible not the same degree as like when one of her warriors died, but there's like a faint sadness that is there.
I apologize. It was, well, as you said, we were not allies then, and we didn't realize, but as a group, we did opt for stealth and sneaking to get here, so we avoided a fight almost every cost. Your creations are largely untouched.
Your little friend nearly cut our ranger in half.
I attempted to communicate with it, but I do not really have that experience yet.
I am sorry if you were attacked.
I am sorry that you are saddened by what we felt we had to do, but at least now, going forward, we have a better understanding. I am only grateful that it was the one.
Damn,
Yes.
here turning this one's pockets, browsing him over outwardly. What did we
Got
find?
food money.
Roll me an investigation check. It appears that if there was anything on this gentleman, it's already been pilfered.
Yeah,
He's still alive, right?
Barely.
As alive as one can be, it's this strange catatonic state that this person is in. If you were to like feel for a heartbeat, it is unnaturally slow.
He's
If
basically
again,
dead, yeah.
again at a glance, what would we see in him? Like, sorry, I phrased that question entirely wrong. What I meant is, if Alaric at a glance were to try to judge how heavy he is, could he lift him up and carry him along with ease? Or
If you want to give it a test lift, roll me a athletics check.
kind of grab him by the scruff and pull him up, right?
Yeah, with an 18, the body's very limp. There's like little to no resistance in the body whatsoever. So as you lift this individual up and put them onto your shoulder, sort of slinging them over, it's relatively easy. They're not incredibly heavy. They're about average weight. I mean, this gentleman's maybe like 5'11". Judging by just the weight and the sort of gaunt appearance of this person, they maybe weigh like $130.
Our little guy.
That is very skinny. Jeez.
That's probably why he was captured. Blech.
Yeah, at first
Well,
Alaric tried to, like, through the feeling of vertigo you get when you get pulled up and you feel like you're about to be dropped, see if his legs instinctually come together, and once they don't and the limpness continues, he does lift him and throws him over his shoulder, drapes an arm around him like he's a sack.
I believe think if there's any other orders of business we should look into.
There is one.
I was going to say proof of our quote-unquote success. Was that what you were going for, Marana?
Yes.
Great minds.
Proof of your success?
Hayne sent us down here to deal with the problem of the animated tools and the golems and the like. If we were to return empty-handed, he would probably just think that we messed around for a few hours and came back empty-handed just to say we did it. We might need to prove to him that we were successful.
He already said as much as what he would do. We'd all get to spend time in the Bastille.
Right. So we would need some proof of our victory of stopping the phenomenon that he sent us down here for in the first place, just to remain inconspicuous.
Just the tool stopping wouldn't be enough. He's a visceral man. He'll want a head.
Or some other token.
Well, a head is not an option.
Now, we're not going to ask for one of our new allies' heads. That's a bit
No,
grisly.
I understand. I'm just telling you what to expect.
True enough.
But perhaps a hand might suffice.
Or
That is not an option.
I would not ask our new allies to mutilate themselves on our behalf.
Not even for the sake of our people?
I believe there might be a simpler solution to this. Do you have a token of some kind that you'd be willing to part with, at least temporarily? And with my word that when this is all over, we will return it, of course, as best we are able.
I want you to roll me a persuasion check.
And I wish I had been in that.
I'll give you advantage because Marana and Sildaril are assisting.
Okay. Yeah, 16. Not bad.
16. You realize now the garb that she is wearing is this sort of elaborate display of sort of beautiful shells and long stretching sort of beads with these brilliant pearls that connect them. And there is this sort of deep frown for a moment as you watch as she grabs at the clasp that keeps it together and sort of undoes it. And this large, almost this mantle that is there, the sort of clam tops that are adorned with various segments of spines and seaweed that make this up. As she pulls it free, it could be the equivalent of like a human cloak, but adorned with this sort of finery of the sea. And sort of dejected, having to give up what is essentially her mantle of position as proof, as there's nothing else that she could give. Sort of extends it forward.
I apologize for the inconvenience, truly. Again, my word, when this is over, we will see it returned.
She speaks in a language you don't understand. Gesturing to the Sahagin to her right, he gives a nod and approaches you, Kellen, and you watch as where he's bleeding, he sort of smears some of the blood and begins to sort of coat various segments along like the edges, like where the neck and the shoulder mantle would be, making it look far more gruesome.
With Alaric small, it would not be out of the question to say a head was not salvageable.
Or that big, huge sword that Sildaril carries.
With Morana's suggestion, Alaric lifts the hammer and puts it on display. It is, indeed, crusty with blood.
that'll have to do. Is there anything else that we should discuss, or should we make our way back?
I would ask that once this is all settled, if you have the ability to flood the gem caves, please do so.
There's a look of alarm on Yuria's face.
You mean once this place is liberated? I'm assuming not when we return.
Nobody really, there's no one who is down in the gem caves who lives down there. So once everything is said and done and this is liberated, flood the caves. We already have an inkling of what those gems can do, and the less that are mined and shipped who knows where, I would feel a lot better.
You're asking her to be awfully precise on what to sink and what not to sink.
Why don't we put a pin in that and cross that bridge when we come to it? Just to make sure.
While you all are talking, continue to talk, do what you're going to do. I have to use the restroom real quick.
Alright, we'll do that. Besides, if there's a way to liberate this place, perhaps there's a way to make it into better hands. Who knows? And if the crystals
Perhaps.
being mined aren't actually being used for fell purpose, then perhaps they will be useful.
And before belief, I believe it'd be better if we go through the story again. What we're going to tell the man.
The one of us that is most convincing, which appears to be Lady Zairi here. Perhaps you should speak for us, and we will back you up.
I'll speak to him if he allows it, but her eyes search for Marana. Finding her, they lock on to the woman. He may decide for us who speaks and who doesn't.
That is why we all should agree on what we'll say.
Of course. I plan on telling him the truth up until this point. At which point I will say that we encountered our new ally here and crushed her. Alric's mace, I believe, was going to be the tool of destruction.
Hammer.
Hammer.
I return. What has been discussed?
The
We're
story
talking-
so far.
yeah. We're getting our story straight amongst us.
Understood.
With the source destroyed and the trophy crushed, we took what we could as proof. The cloak there.
Kellen, pass me the cloak. It'll seem more believable if I'm wearing it as if I was proud to obtain it.
There's a purse of Yuria's lips. I'm hoping it's already going to be suspect if Torrig is broken out of the Bastille. I'm hoping that reports of our allies, once they reach Lord Haynes, it will be treated as retaliation and not our conniving. But we can't be too certain of that outcome. He is a paranoid man.
We should not name names for the one we found here. If our new frontier is spotted, it will make our story look
Of course.
like a lie. We can just quote her as a powerful adversary.
It might do for us to be a little bit roughed up before we return to him, too. We are relatively untouched. I mean, except for of course. Excluding yourself, but if we make it look like more of a hard-won battle, it might seem more believable.
Feel free to get in line. And he lifts the hammer high.
I think I would just assume that you use your fists or something. I did not hit you with your maul. I saw what that thing could do. It's a bit scary.
There's a gentle smack of Yuri's lips. Having been one who has already garnered a reputation for staying out of labor, I think I'll rely on that instead of injury. But thank you for the offer.
Again, before we go up, we will broach the topic.
Are you going to pass me the cloak?
Oh, right. He hands it over.
Alaric takes it and with a trained flourish sort of throws it over his shoulder and clasps it on the other. How tall is the priestess? How big and wide and ostentatious is the cloak and all that?
It is this sort of mantle of position or power, right? She herself is maybe 6 feet, but is very skinny, sort of lithe build. But the mantle, the way it rests on the shoulders, the large protrusions, make it seem as if she is far larger in appearance. For you to wear it, it almost seems to fit or almost shrink your shoulder appearance.
Oh. Sorry, continue.
Oh, it's for a girl.
Well,
She chuckles. Do you care?
I did not say that in character.
Oh.
Alaric looks quite happily in that that shrinking cloak, actually.
Well, anything else anyone can think of before we part ways and enact this plan?
All right, let's go over it again. We came down here, we saw the crabs, we killed the crab, we almost fell into one of his 1 time or 7. Then we got here, we saw the circles of magic, more, and he looks nervously, slightly over his shoulder towards her, before back to the park. More fish people. We fought them, we killed them, we found this man, we rescued this man, we went back.
Do you suppose that if we implicate the Sahagin in this, that there will be a retaliation against your people? You said he had some kind of control over you?
He had the ability to lure our people. Those that remain are those that are by my side. They are not affected.
Okay, so implicating you won't bring about a retaliation, at least by mind control means.
Like I said, it would be in our better interest not to implicate her directly.
We just don't mention her name or that we even spoke. We fought, were victorious, and left, yes?
Correct. No dialogue.
We didn't stop, we didn't ask questions. The enemy was here, air quotes, and then we left. Problem
No
solved.
familiarity, no detail, nothing that could make sense to him.
And then we need a day before they can break their way into the Bastille and get Toreg out. Okay, if we're all in agreement.
We will check during this high tide every day. If Toreg is not there, we will leave.
I would expect nothing less.
How long can you stay checking? A week?
We do not have much in the way of people. As such, the mouths to feed are very little. Food is not a problem. My fear is that if Hayne grows stronger.
Yeah, it seems to be that no matter how we look at this, time is of the essence. We will do our best to enact the plan as soon as possible, of course.
Then perhaps it'd be best if you go speak to the chieftain first. By the time you're back, I imagine we'll have him there. And if not, then we failed.
We will have to divide. We'll have to leave that up to her discretion if she's feeling willing to speak to him on his ship. It may be problematic if there are human guards there.
What is this chieftain's name?
Spinebreaker, I believe.
He is an honorable man. I've spoken with him and have gleaned that much. He is just in a difficult position with his son being held hostage.
He is in charge of a boat called the Primora, filled with black sails. It is a mix of his people and humans. The humans seem to enjoy berating his kind.
They are not kind. And the ship sails between here and... What was the city's name? Shit.
There wasn't. It isn't a city.
A town.
Yeah. It effectively moved from the capital of the Ettenmoor, where House Ashford is, and comes here.
Yeah.
Those orcs, they're itching to kill the humans watching over them.
If I was treated the same way as the orcs, I would not blame them.
Be very careful how you approach him. But I'm sure you'll find a way. You strike me as a sort of woman.
The sort of webbed hand placing to her chest, she gives a very small bow.
Yes.
He bows in turn.
All right. Well. Anyone else? Anything else? I'd rather not leave any stone unturned if we don't have to.
You see her open her mouth again, talking, speaking to the two other Sahagin in a language that you are familiar with but do not understand. As she gestures to some of the more individuals that hadn't been immediately in combat, and those that are bleeding, those that have wounds sustained, begin to, like, sort of where your hands and forearms are, up to like your biceps and stuff, sort of painting you with the blood of your enemies, right?
Ugh. Well, aren't my clothes, so
It'll be
GG.
more believable if what you say is true. This fighting, no speaking. If he wishes to think highly of you with how vicious of a man he is, it would be best that you are covered in our blood.
Well, I thank you for your sacrifice.
The one that you're supporting, Sildaril, is like sort of coating your hands and like looks at you, sort of gauging your approval or not, if this is something that you would want to sort of coat your arms and forearms with this blood. Sildaril?
Momo.
Did we lose her?
While she comes back, when the Sahagin comes up to Alaric to dab him in blood, Alaric suddenly takes him by the wrist, rather tightly. But then, after a few seconds, his grip softens, and he'll use lay on hands on him. All 5 points.
All 5 points?
Yeah.
There's the moment as you take the wrist, the Sahagin seizes for a moment, sort of like, oh, it's betrayal.
You've chosen death.
Until you begin to sort of radiate that summertime warmth, that presentation of light from the center of your palm, and the hand that was gripping your wrist now sort of clasp your forearm in that warrior grasp. Sort of gives you a nod.
He doesn't use words, but between two warriors, the apology for the punch comes through one direct look in his eyes and a slight cant of the head. And then he lets go.
The Sahagin moves, now looking to Kellen, Yuria, Murana.
Kellen holds his arms out like to the sides so he can do whatever he feels is necessary. He
Yeah,
doesn't look
likewise. Even though her weapons are kind of coated.
good. Keep that.
Yeah, it's more so like you're sort of spattering it across your forearms, your hands, your chest plate and stuff to make it look like it was a very visceral fight.
I believe Yuria has actually already slashed at one of them.
Yeah,
Are you gonna get
Gargalad
painted?
has blood on it, so
She would unsheath it just enough to show them the painting, the splattering of blood upon the transparent blade, and then sheath it again.
Sabine would step forward.
And then I think Silverill's back. So
What?
are you back?
He was he was talking to you directly, and I thought you were gone because you didn't respond.
Oh no, I didn't hear it.
Oh, the warrior that you had helped, the one that you had brought back, is the one like hearing the priestess, what she was saying, is offering to sort of like coat your hands, your forearms, and sort of spatter you with blood to make it look more visceral.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's all down for that. As long as he's not like opening wounds or whatever, she's keeping a very good idea like on that.
Starts dipping a brush in his own side.
And there's the very similar motion that was given to Alaric, the forearm like warrior clasp, but this one is met with a more thankful look. It's one of like respect. Despite you being a high elf, despite you being like your people being mortal enemies of the Sahagin, there is this look from this warrior that is thankful as he sort of clasps your forearm and then pulls back after a moment to sort of streak the blood there.
She would return the thankful remark. And as he pulls away, her scales would stop shining and go back to looking like gold tattoos.
Nice.
At this point, everybody has some decoration of blood and viscera on them, and the warriors move back to the side of the priestess.
All right. Well, good luck, and fate's willing, we will see you on the other side of this.
King's honor, shall you?
I endeavor to see Hayne drowning as well.
There's a very soft smile. Seeing this band, this party that had come for violence instead, talking and making allies, this alliance that is formed. All three of them bow. May the oceans forever be your friend.
There's a small smile on Yuria's lips. A gentle reminder of the pact she made.
I do rather adore sailing. Rather not so much underneath the ocean, but who knows? Perhaps that is also fun. He gives the salute that I'm going to just make up and say it's the Grey Watch salute, where he presses his fist to his right fist to his left shoulder and like kind of tucks his right shoulder down while maintaining eye contact, sort of a bow salute.
Ooh, understood.
Sabine would give a low curtsy. May you find beauty and love in your future endeavors.
The soft smile that is there persists and sort of grows just a little bit wider. She gives another thankful bow in your direction.
Which way is the safest way back now?
The path that we use the most is the southernmost path. It has spikes protruding out of the walls, but if you are nimble, you can get past them without any issue.
Understood. Suppose there's any rope laying around in this refuse anywhere? The piles in the corners he kind of looks at.
You are free to search.
Yeah, why not? We'll move around and kind of like take a peek, see if there's anything standing out to him.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an investigation.
So good at that. At least I'm proficient.
I'd like to add that Alaric kind of bundles up with Karen and rummages in among the mess like a mole in its warren.
Okay. Would you like to roll individually, or would you like to give him advantage?
Yeah, it'd be a competition.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah. Who gets the rope first?
Investigation PvP.
Do it. Roll initiative. I mean investigation. No, I mean initiative.
Ooh, that was a tease.
Yeah, it was.
I saw that 20. I was like, no, I lose.
Yeah.
What is everybody else doing as the two rapidly begin searching through refuse?
Has the fishman left my side?
Yeah, he went and turned back to the side of the priestess, sort of using his trident to sort of support himself as he's limping.
Silver will just be standing like a, waiting. Watching Alaric and Kellen with like a half raised brow, just watching them rummage.
Oh, look, I believe I found your favorite, Alaric. Crab shit.
The masculine urge to dig through garbage.
Okay. Both of you find something different. Kellen, you would find, after a moment, you would find about 20 feet of rope. You can see at some point it was severed or cut, so it's not the full 50 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And you would also find, both of you would find like small satchels almost.
What's in these satchels? And if you say crab poop, I'm gonna be upset.
Flipping them up
Crab poop!
and looking inside, you would see there's like sort of desiccated like fish remains in this otherwise small patch or satchel of silver and gold pieces.
Oh.
How many satchels did we find? Just one?
Just two for both of you.
So how much money are we talking?
You taking the time to count it?
Sure, why not?
Sure.
Huh, money.
Not Alaric. Alaric will just throw it over his shoulder by the strap.
Money.
Kellen taking a moment to sort of count it out. It's about 7 gold pieces and about 20 something silver.
Okay.
What are you doing, Ranger?
Just never let a good coin go to waste. But I'm sure we will have to hide it somewhere before we go up.
Silver gives him the one silver where she looks up and then down at his, like, specifically his ass. She just goes, mm-mm.
Feeling her eyes on him, he turns around and just like raises his brow like, I'm not doing that.
Sabine realizing
Sabine.
Exactly how her hair looks. She actually takes it down and messes it up a bit. She has a kind of straight look on her face, like she's not happy, but it has to be done.
Well, Silverill's already kind of fucked up, so she just looks the part.
Yeah. All right.
Ranger, as I look at you now, I'm getting one of my good feelings.
Oh? What kind of feeling is that?
About us. We've got a kind of good alchemy,
Or isn't alchemy the science of changing something into something else?
Or putting two things together
Fair.
to make something better.
Well, I do appreciate the sentiment. I have a very good feeling about you as well, and everyone here, actually.
Perhaps he means chemistry.
Oh. That too.
What is that?
As you all
Like
are
al-
talking, sort of
alchemy,
conversing and counting gold coins, what have you, Shalu and her two warriors, you would see almost this matronly like feel to her as she's like sort of very gently sort of tending to the wounds of the two warriors. You would see both of them looking thankful in the situation as well, and you would see her sort of sigh with relief, the webbed hands like very gently clasping on either side of their strange fish-like features, and sort of very gently touching foreheads with both of them.
Aw.
Yuria would approach, waiting for a good moment to intervene.
Time to betray us.
She would. I start stabbing.
Yeah!
No. She would speak in a low tone, not like a full-on whisper, but just more like a conversational tone that might not echo through the whole cave.
Mhm.
Shall you? I'm sorry to be selfish, but I might not get another opportunity to ask this question. The title you bestowed upon me, Zere Inas Anar, what does it mean?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Boy. I like the bonus, but damn.
Looking at you for a moment, you can see sort of her lips purse, trying to find the appropriate words that fit in common. You can see there's this small shake of the head. I'm afraid, at least right now, most of our elders are gone. I know only the title in our tongue. I do not know what it means in your language, I am afraid. But there are many landwalkers that have dealt with my people. I am certain that at least somebody up there may know.
So many who know, but who to trust to ask the question? She bows her head. Well, thank you for the attempt. And with that, another idea pops into her mind, and she moves on, backing away from the priestess to give her space with her fish boys. She turns to the party. The women, since the men are busy scrounging through crap.
At this point, I doubt it.
Oh, well, in that case,
We're
she'll just-
finished. We're done. We found 20 feet of rope, which may or may not save our life. Who knows?
Nice. What do we do about the Arcanist? Do we inform him of our plans, of this dealings? How much do you all trust him?
You probably know him better than most. I would suppose that would be up to you.
Both brows rise.
I think he should only be a last resort. Keep the knowledge of our plans to those who are here to make it. If he has a way to talk to Torg, and we do not, then perhaps, but
Well,
I don't know.
A secret is only a secret as long as one person knows it, and our count has definitely increased beyond that, so perhaps we play it close to the vest and watch out for him in the meantime.
I feel the same as Siluril. We only tell him if we must. The Arcanist, he has many advantages here. Inexplicable advantages. And when he told me that he was sending letters to his superiors, and that he expected help from them, that didn't feel right. Something in my gut. The Wildfather teaches never to ignore augury, and I felt it then. There's something he's not telling us. If it comes up, and he happens to find out, a pleasant surprise. But for now, let's keep our cards to our chest.
I abide by the counsel of everyone here, so...
I agree, though we may wish to ask him what is currently happening with Torig, why he is in his shape, how we might put him back in the Bastille, convincingly.
Yes, well,
He
barring
does-
that we can't get to Torig himself, that may be where we have to go.
True enough. He does have the advantage of experience in this place. He knows the political climate more than we.
When you do bring up the question, Yuria, make sure you don't seem too earnest. Make it seem as plain curiosity.
She chuckles.
I suspect that Lady Zairi has that kind of information gathering down pat. He is,
We will see.
he is far more subtle than I, at least in the realm of politics, as she has pointed out, and I agree.
You're not subtle at all, my friend.
That's what I mean. You should see me in the wilderness, though. It's an entirely different game. No politics, just survive.
Ah, nature. It is an entirely different world.
Speaking of subtlety and subterfuge, Kellen, you may wish to discard some arrows.
I was just thinking that. Again, great minds. I'll hold on to them until we get there, closer to our return point, and then...
As Marana comes into view, Alaric will throw the satchel her way.
have some fish guts and money.
I would actually discard them down here. That way, it doesn't look like they're purposely discarded close to the entrance.
Well, she did say that their creations wouldn't harm us, so I will take it on faith. I will start pulling arrows from a quiver. Let me see. I had 20. You said 30 arrows I had, right? And I shot one. Yes. Okay.
By the way, Marana, first he waves at her as though feinting the throw, and then he passes it.
Okay. The bag still kind of goes squish and clang at the same time in her tiny hands.
Tinkle.
She kind of just looks confused at Alaric.
Keep it.
For what reason?
He'll take it from me, but if he likes you as much as we believe he does, he might let you keep it.
Her lips kind of purse at that thought, but she nods.
I suggest you give yours away as well, Ranger. He won't let you keep that.
Well, I was not planning on keeping the satchel. I was just going to count out the coins and leave them under a rock or something.
She chuckles.
We may not have cause to come back for them, but if we do, money is money. And it's useful for all sorts of things.
I am sure when the keep falls, there will be many witches to be plundered from a lot of different sides.
What if we give the gold to the priestess? Perhaps Spinebreaker can use some of it to buy some of the men.
How much was in the satchel that you found? I only found about 13 and some silver.
He up nuts towards Marana.
You count the fish gap.
Pretty much, it's beneath him. Sadly, it's really that.
Just kind of thumbing through what's the idea of how much is in there.
It's roughly the same. It's about 6 gold, and you're looking at about like 35 silver.
Yeah, Marana counts that out.
6, so it's 18. 50 silver total. 18 gold and 50 silver. Well, if this is not a bad idea, it's not a lot, but it's not nothing.
Those orcs in his employ, even some of the sailors, they're used to nothing. They're used to food, and that's it. This to them will seem like a fortune.
I think you might be underestimating the intelligence of the average orc, but I believe the gesture is well placed.
You think they see gold all the time?
I think they see it enough to know what it's good for, and what a lot is versus what a lot isn't. However, I agree with your assessment regardless.
Well, indeed, Kellen, this is to buy the humans, not the orcs. The orcs are already on his side.
Ah. Well, let's discuss it on our way back and leave the priestess and her men to their healing and planning.
Pass her the gold.
Right.
Okay. You hand over the gold and the silver?
Well, I do. Does Marana also?
Yeah, she'll follow the lead.
Womp.
The webbed hands taking it.
It-
You will give this to the Spinebreaker.
Very well. All right. We have a plan. Unless we wish to stick around and search through more refuse, perhaps we should head back.
Shalio, if you have any leeches laying around that you have no use for, that would be a great time to bring it along when you go speak to the Spinebreaker.
Any what, sorry?
Any riches she may have laying around.
I will search what remains of our treasury, if I am able.
Thank you for everything. Speaking with us for this alliance. I know I surely shall not forget it.
Do not thank me yet.
It is a hope, and that is more than most can offer in this place.
He's right. You've taken a risk. And we're thankful.
Agreed. I had been rather hopeless before this. And she would say that very, very honest and openly.
Truly. I had thought perhaps you were just residing your hopefulness in quiet contemplation.
Sometimes you feel as if you're deserving of...
I hardly think you, amongst any of us, is deserving of this treatment. But I am grateful for your companionship. Very well. Shall we?
Very charming. Yes, let's go.
Right.
Okay.
Left about half of his arrows behind.
All
with
right.
them. Ate it and...
Solera would bow like that of a... like if they were at court. Kind of a noble bow.
Portly bowing. It's pretty pog.
It's not a curtsy. It's just a bow.
Soldier stuff.
Yeah, she don't do the curtsying thing.
As if
Curtsies for webbing.
all together. The three bow in unison.
Are we leaving the catatonic gentleman behind?
I believe that's
No.
still on Alaric's shoulder.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know if he was still
I
chilling.
think it would be a good idea to leave him behind.
I mean, now we're going to get him across the chasm. That's going to be interesting.
We're not going through the chasm.
We have to go across one. There's just 3 of them, and one of them was really, really hard, and that's apparently the one that we picked.
Yeah, I think she said the southern passage is
Was-
the one just they've trapped, but has no falling rocks.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything else while we're here, or shall we peace out?
I don't have anything to add in this particular area.
Nope.
Okay. You begin making your way back through the passage, out of the final chamber, and making your way back into the corridors. It is pitch black again.
Ah, fuck.
Pain. Agony.
Despair.
I don't know why
Loneliness.
you guys are whining. It looks great to me.
Come here a bit so I can squeeze you about the face.
How would you all feel about catching a little bit of breath here? Resting.
Might it not be more convincing if we showed up battered?
Yes.
All right.
We shall see. We'll wait and see how we feel when we get back to the elevator.
She never did tell us that her crab friends weren't going to attack us.
She did assure us that they would not, so let us assume that that is true.
Yuria, as you get to
Yeah.
a section where the light begins to fade, that symbol on your forehead begins to glow just faintly.
Oh, goody. What color?
It's just a very simple sort of like pearlescent white,
Mm.
and it creates light around you.
There is relief and then immediate panic as she tries to cover up the mark on her
You
forehead.
do, the light fades. You let go, the light comes back.
Yeah, like just a sudden like slap to the face.
Well,
A realization that the hopefully the crystals ahead are provide glow, and then she drops it. She then turns to Marana, her curiosity piqued. What does it look like? She points to the thing on her forehead.
sick tats, bro.
And you said it was just kind of like small and a pearly color?
It is. It has like a pearlescent color, but it is multiple multiple diamond-like shapes, sort of interlapped, with a small sphere in the center.
It is like diamonds fitting together in a puzzle. An orb.
Sabine will. Hurry up and light Kellen's bracer.
Ah,
She nods.
There are now 2 sources of light.
dope.
Are we not leaving this guy behind?
I think Alaric's carrying him, so
Yeah, he's carrying him.
yeah. All right, so we make our way back, and we're going to use the southern passage that was recommended to us.
Okay.
Oh,
Give me
are we
just a
sure
moment.
we want to bring him?
Absolutely not.
Bring him. Bring him where?
With us.
Oh, just around the corner.
What are you going to do? Step on his head when we get there?
With my hammer.
Oh,
I plan to cake it in blood.
Hold on. Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving. Trying to grab everybody, you little fucks.
nope.
Scatter!
Hands off! Hands
There we go. We're doing a
No
map
time.
transition, and I need to copy the tokens that have light on them.
No touchy.
Alaric planning to bash this dude's brains in.
As
We're
we
the
map-
good guys, by the way.
As we map transition.
You expected him to bring him all the way to fucking hit you? Insane.
Absolutely not.
He's a douchebag.
Not really sure how easy it's going to be to get him across the chasm, so that's going to be a problem if we wanted to go that way. Yeet his ass over.
I was going to say, that is crab disposal unit.
You're very robotic.
She'll be back to normal soon enough. We want to use the southern passage. It's this way. Silverrow has it right.
Alaric?
Once they clear the lit cave, Alaric will lower his friend up against a stone here to his side and prod at his face with the top of the hammer.
Oh
Poke,
my
poke.
god.
There is no reaction.
We're about to witness a murder, friends.
He presses it hard against his temple, so hard that the hammer slowly slides down and presses to his jaw instead, rolling it across, trying to get him to wake up, if he will.
High or low?
Hi.
You want him to wake up?
As you stood there, prodding and poking at the man's face with the hammer, there doesn't appear to be a reaction.
All right. After a good little period of grace of 5 to 10 seconds, Alaric will heft the hammer up, taking a sharp breath, which he always does before swinging, and then he will right to the top of his head.
Oh God.
What is wrong with you?
As you swing down, you hear
He wakes up just in time to see his inevitable doom.
quite literally.
Well,
Just for shits and giggles, roll me damage with your maul.
we witnessed a murder, ladies and gentlemen.
Can he hit the rock? He hits the rock instead.
Technically, the guy's prone, so you roll with advantage.
This dude rolled a
Oh,
1.
fuck.
What is wrong with? Why kill him in the first
And
place?
11 hits.
Oh boy.
And 7 points of damage isn't more than enough to Gallagher this man's head.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Gallagher's gone.
But that 7 is self-explanatory in that Alaric tried to catch the momentum of the hammer when he felt him wake up. But still, it, tumbles against his head and caves in his skull nonetheless.
Oh boy.
This Jackson Pollock painting that now adorns the craggy wall. As you wrench your hammer free, that sickening squelch that follows suit.
Why would you do that?
And then another swing.
Holy shit!
Alec!
You swing again.
Sabine's gonna try and not throw up.
The already loose matter that makes up this individual is further decorating this like a nice perfume, sort of spraying this red mist into the air.
Whew, damn.
After several and repeated flattenings of this
What
poor
is
once
wrong
man,
with you?
he lifts the hammer, sets it on his shoulder, and begins to follow the group. I imagine at this point he's covered in blood, right?
Absolutely. If you've seen American Psycho,
Yeah.
the scene in his room where like he God, what's his name? The guy he absolutely murders with the axe.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah, hey, Alan. And that's effectively what you've done to this man. It's that sort of spray that adorns your face and through your hair.
I'm glad I'm down here.
Yeah,
Was that
Yuri.
necessary?
What? Mercy? Yes. Besides, I need to look bloodied.
You are already covered in the blood of Sahagan, but very well. Anyway,
But he posed no threat to you. There wasn't even a battle. That was
I
just
wasn't going to
murder.
leave him here to be eaten by crabs.
sure he'll be eaten by crabs for sure now, but fair enough.
I think he woke up there for a moment. Might be just imagining things.
Sabine is just looking at you with utter horror on her face.
Don't gawk at me. I've done worse things. Let's go.
Perhaps you belong here.
You belong in prison, you fucking weirdo. I believe that the priestess said that this hallway might be trapped with spikes.
It's as you begin to descend and make your way into this southern reach, you would see that long protruding spikes from the walls sort of are still and almost as if breathing close in on one another and then pull apart.
This isn't like a natural trap that can be disarmed then.
It's natural in the way that it's a part of the cavern.
We should be very careful going through this.
So, welcome to another skill challenge. You are going to tell me what skill you would like to use to get across. There will be 3 checks. If you use a skill, you cannot use it again. Some examples of skills you can use while here would be athletics, an attempt to crawl and climb or simply move through these fast enough to not get hit. Acrobatics you could use to avoid these sort of the moments when it becomes shut, allowing you to instead crawl over them or crawl under them without issue. God, excuse me.
Bleh, dead.
What
He's
about
dying.
what about investigation to spot the trigger?
You could certainly try. Whatever skills you want to use, you may. You can also be assisted by another person. However, if
What
you
about
use that
seduction? Can I seduct the creature things?
seduction's not a skill.
What about? Can I use religion to pray that the spikes go away?
You can certainly try.
I won't.
Again, once you use that skill, you cannot use it again. And I need, as a total of a group, I need 6 successes. If you,
So we all just
yes,
kind
you
of
all will
collectively-
go, and you all will determine who's using what.
Okay. Well, let's. For me, I think acrobatics, survival, and stealth. Yes. Want me to just roll?
Which first skill check or which first skill are you using?
Let's do acrobatics.
Okay. Explain to me how you're using acrobatics and then roll.
You will use it to basically kind of like when he sees them closing in, kind of slide, like, parkour slides under or over some, kind of like doing the kip ups and just kind of avoiding them in general, being very flexible and slithery.
Let's see it.
Oof, 10.
Is anybody assisting?
Yes. Actually, I'll roll individually. Alaric will try to copy Kellen and trust his reflexes and instinct to try and touch the spikes following him along.
Okay.
Individual. Oh, what a tease. I thought 19 almost happened.
Yep.
Does anybody want to assist these two?
Do we need to
Yeah.
be proficient?
Yes.
Sorry, boys.
Just,
Okay. Which one are you assisting?
I was gonna say initially I was gonna assist Kellen on his way through
Okay. Kellen, you may roll with advantage.
because I have acrobatics. There you go.
Better.
Much
Son
better.
boy.
Constituting as one success for the whole of the party.
Okay.
Now,
Can Marana still roll her own thing?
what do you mean?
Can she roll for her own acrobatics check, for example?
Ooh, no, because you assisted, that counts as acrobatics being used.
Oh, okay. In that case, I would maybe like to try and use stealth to kind of Mission Impossible, kind of like through the spikes.
Sure. Let's see this. Let's see the stealth check.
Can we volunteer other skills if we've already rolled?
In a moment. So this is the second skill check.
Let's see how it goes.
Indeed.
Big fucking never mind on that.
Easily. As the walls sort of shudder and then snap close, Marana is leading the party through, sort of crawling on hands and knees or even along your bellies to sort of move underneath these sharpened platforms that are snapping closed like teeth. That is 2 successes. Who's next?
Would like to go next.
I can volunteer athletics from Mallory.
Let's see it. And explain to me how you're using athletics.
At this last end, he'll try to use his hammer to block or fend off the pointy ends of the spike.
I can throw him an assist.
Okay.
If it's needed. Maybe not.
Okay.
Just do it anyway.
The assist was unneeded, so you're fine.
Cool.
Slamming and sort of breaking long segments of the stonework that is snapping closed around you. Alaric managing to fend off large segments that would have otherwise crushed some of you. 4th check.
If I used investigation, would that give other people advantage if I start pointing out where like the triggers are for the tramps?
Yeah, if you want to use investigation as part of this, you may.
All right. I would.
Okay. As the party is moving, Yuri is pointing out, sort of realizing now these segments of stone that aren't covered in moss, these sort of moving pieces that have broken away from the more natural debris, pointing them out for the party and allowing you to move through this next section with no issue.
Dope.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I need the 5th check.
I can go
What are you
with
using?
athletics.
Ooh, okay. And how are you using athletics?
She would kind of, man, I always get athletics and acrobatics mixed up. I don't really know the difference.
Athletics is strength and brawn, like lifting or moving things. Acrobatics is your natural agility and grace.
Grace, yeah.
Sure. Okay. She would, use the different parts of her bracers and the plate that she wears, along with the Zoihander, to test the spikes that were coming in and out, and to hold them aside with her strength and ability to make it so that people could walk through.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
All nice descriptions, though. I have not used athletics yet. May I assist?
You may. Silveril, go ahead and roll again.
Trying to help her with copying that or bracing with her.
14. Okay. Sort of using your natural endurance, the sort of weight of your armor, the sort of presence of this Zweihander to brace against and sort of lodge large segments of these natural spines that are slamming together. You manage to free up a area, the final stretch for your party as you move across, sort of holding it at bay until eventually you move and it slams shut. I need one final check.
I'm going to try and use performance to time out the movement of the cave and kind of glide through it like a dance.
Let's see it.
Interesting.
Would anybody like to assist?
I can assist. I have performance.
Let's see it.
Dope.
Go ahead. Sabine, go ahead and roll with advantage. Much better. Using your using the timing of the cavern as it is slamming together and sort of moving with the party, you manage to get the party moving in the same momentum as you. And one by one, sort of as it slams shut, you're beginning to move as it pulls apart, allowing you to pass, and again and again and again until the entire party is on the complete other side.
Silver would assist, showing Sabine that she knows the dances she's doing.
Nice.
Sabine would just get this wide grin, kind of give her a wink.
Alaric steps on all 4 of their feet.
Oh.
You don't get a chance to. I pull my feet from under your clogs.
From under his clogs.
Your disgusting hobbit feet.
And with that, the skill challenge is complete with only one failure. Good job.
I do like that skill challenge. It was nice and clean and quick and easy and fun.
Correct. This was the easy path. You picked literally the hardest path.
Of course we did.
We're also going to take a 10-minute break.
No.
Oh, thank God, I'm so hungry.
I'm a Dark Souls player.
Go eat. Get the food.
I'm going to Equiesca Compache some food.
Requiesce con pace your stomach.
Everybody come back in 10 minutes.
Sabine over here dancing through the fucking traps like it's Ocean's 12.
Actually, that's exactly what I had in mind when the Night Fox was going through the laser grid.
See, I'm old. I was thinking in Entrapment with Sean Connery with what's her name, and she was like kind of like slinking through the fucking spikes and stuff.
She's just staring at these spikes like, my God, I recognize this beat. She starts like stanky lining through.
But yeah, that's what I was thinking. The him dancing through him doing the capoeira through the laser grid.
I also, as to admit my failure, revised my take on skill challenges because I realized I was doing them wrong.
No forgiveness, no mercy. Execution will be at dawn.
You gotta catch me first.
You were caught trying to cross the border.
No.
Same as the Stormcloaks. And that horse thief.
If you guys have any questions, feel free to use your channel points to highlight your message, and either for myself or for the party. And don't forget to hydrate, snacks, stretch, what have you. Ooh, leftover wings. I have leftover wings.
Bro. So it was my roommate's birthday about a week ago.
Yeah.
And to celebrate, we home fried some wings. And they were delicious. All right. They were this box of 60 wings. Came pre-spiced.
Ooh.
They're halal, so they're high quality. And they were the best wings I've ever had. They were delicious. I don't know what it is about a halal food. Well, actually, I do know. It's high quality meat, but it's really good.
How did you fry them? Just like deep fry, or?
Yeah. Deep fried it. In the grease.
Ooh. God, I wish.
No air fryer.
I made some homemade chicken strips like a couple weeks ago. Like made my own batter for it. It was real fucking good though. It's like, whoa, we're gonna do that again sometime, man.
Is Alaric here?
He is probably getting more beer.
We'll save that question for him when he comes back. What happened to the Goblin Frenzy campaign? That was a one-shot adventure, Eamon, of which, if there's ever a point where I have to bring it back, I will. But currently, as it stands, the Secret of Irist and the Cometh of all games are all going according to plan. As such, there hasn't been a need to diverge back to the Goblin Frenzy.
Yeah, it was easier than the top path, but I also like the way the skill check was conducted. Like we got to kind of do it as a group, and each person sort of got a chance to sort of excel. You know.
As I said, I initially did it wrong, so I apologize.
No, I don't think it was wrong. I think you were just kind of like figuring it out, right? But I liked how this didn't like take us hours to get through, and it was still like tense, right? Like, oh god, if we fuck up, we're gonna get skewered, but still like, okay, cool, we get to do some teamwork and everything. So
When's the quick time event?
yeah, QTEs. Smash Q, then E. Left mouse button.
You have to roll
Space
within
bar.
5 seconds or you auto fail.
Spacebar.
I mean, technically, skill challenges like that are QuickTime events, so.
The D&D equivalent of.
Can we do that for like colossal sized bosses for like God of War where you have to like
Climb up top of them.
Yeah.
And their heads in?
Nice.
It's an athletics check just to
Ow.
reach the head.
Dude, I can't hear myself think.
Really?
Oh no.
They're doing karaoke outside.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
bank like an old woman and throw like some canned food at them or something. Like, you hooligan!
I'll unlock my microphone, see if you guys can hear them.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Oh no.
That's insanity.
Do you hear anything? Do you hear anything?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, we heard some insanity.
Children.
Yeah, they're doing the Backstreet Boys song. Like, tell me why ain't it... Yeah, that one.
DMC.
Fucking yeah, copyright strike them immediately.
They're because that's a thing. What's it called? That's not a gig. How do you like a routine they're doing at the wedding?
Mm-hmm.
They're going full on Disney with this shit. Backstreet Boys out here.
Nice.
Alaric. Question from
Hello.
Fundin. What was with the hammer murder in the other room?
Well, he saw it as a mercy killing. The reason he grabbed him and drug him along was because he didn't want to leave the guy behind.
Well, behind with the Sahagin, you mean?
Yeah, no, he still doesn't know what they were going to do to him. All he knows is he heard blood-curdling screams coming from that direction and a bunch of dead guys. And Alaric, even if these are his allies, he is in the, let me put it like this, in the human team, if that makes sense.
It's like,
Those
I don't-
are his people.
These guys might eat him or something disgusting. Blah, blah, blah.
They are
Like-
slavers.
In the starting personality of Alaric, the the fish people, and he will only refer to them as that unless he's in front of them, are a means to an end. Whereas humanity, those are his people. Like to him, one human soul is worth 1,000 of the fish people.
Yeah.
Well,
Understood.
Yuria approves, but for different reasons. No witnesses.
He's very chauvinistic, very patriotic, and I usually don't agree with that point of view from anyone, but that's just due to the character's role in his society and the way he was written. That's just how he thinks.
Good boy asking Morana a question too.
Shit. Oh shit, what's the question?
How much longer do you think you can keep up the act in
Ooh.
Cometh?
Yeah. Oof. As long as it'll hold water, but we'll see about that. Lord
bucket-
Hayne is definitely not making it easy.
A bucket's got leaks in it.
I give it at least 2 more crawling up the wall.
Level 3 just hanging off from the ceiling, just like, what up?
Damn, she's so acrobatic.
Yeah, I will totally never figure this out.
Oh, it's very kind of you, Evamore. I mean, there's the chance that the whole thing may take place again, right? My plan, once I get better established, sorry, I'm also trying to eat during our break. Once we get better established, at least on the channel, my hope is to be able to run one-shot adventures with chat as like a reward, incentive, what have you, and sort of play with everybody. So I imagine that the story on rails type adventure would happen again, right? Just as a different crew. Hello, SCB. Hello, Mr. Bite. And yeah, Luna, in my world, half-elves get to choose what side they belong to, and they get different perks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Alric has gone Team Human, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
He is in the land of humans.
But he never got a choice, just to be clear. It's just all he knew.
That's fair. If he got a choice later, would he change his mind?
He wouldn't, he doesn't think that he even is half-elf. As far as he's concerned, he's probably a bastard.
Is there any distinguishable marks that would make him discernible between a human and a half-elf?
Yeah, but they're subtle.
Okay.
Like the ears aren't pointy, but they're just slightly tapered.
Yeah, somebody aware of half-elves could tell he's a half-elf. He just has a lot of mannish humanness, if that makes sense.
Facial hair, for one.
I'm going to assume that elves have facial hair in this world.
You are wrong.
Just because the DM has a beard.
Yeah, the beard
I mean,
elemental.
you met an elf with a beard.
Indeed.
Beard elemental will be having none of this nonsense.
Okay.
That's also why he didn't want the keep brought down by some fucking fish person. Like, if anybody's going to bring down Hayne's keep, he's going to be a human. It's not going to be some underwater creature.
No. You can't do this. And he just steps in, completes the ritual. Now it is good.
Yeah, because it's not Hayne's keep, not really. It's Ashford's keep. It's the king's keep, right? Hayne just holds it for him, but it's not really his in the hierarchy of nobility.
Correct.
So if you were to attack Hayne's keep, you're attacking the whole of the kingdom. That doesn't mean that the whole kingdom will retaliate, but in an honorable mind, that is how they would see it. Kind of like
It's only assuming there's witnesses.
If all the counties were united, it'd be like, oh, you attacked us in the south? Well, even the northernmost people will put on their boots, tie them, and go south to attack back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the territories of like Weimar and Wolfsburg and stuff like that.
Yeah, if things were as they used to be, centralized, it'd be like, oh, you've stepped into the kingdom of man. Very well.
Aha.
Oh, excuse me.
How could you?
I thought I muted myself.
On your own stream.
You fiend.
I thought I muted myself. I'm sorry.
You broke the rule. Ban him.
Ban hammer.
Well, good play. I have a blood pact that will throw my soul into the Pacific if I don't work with them, so I'm feeling pretty trustworthy.
It's the morning sea, by the way.
The morning sea.
I feel like the Sahagin in this case are like in a very difficult position, right? And like in any other instance, they probably would have been like, "Oh, there's fucking elves in your party," you know. If we just met them out in the wilderness, it probably would have gone an entirely different way. But because they're in such a hard position themselves, they're open to things that it might not normally be.
Indeed.
And plus, they've been uprooted from their home, as they said in the last session. So I mean, like they're, been uprooted. They're not at their home. They want to leave, but Lord Hayne is fucking with them pretty hard, and so it may not be like the strongest alliance, but I'm feeling like it's closer to the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing.
The most reliable type of people out there are the ones who have no choice.
Yes. Like I don't really believe that this is probably going to carry on long term. I mean, maybe, but like once this is over, I suspect that they're Audi 9000, which is fair, honestly. The orcs, though, they might be cool to have stick around as allies. So who knows?
Monka TOS. No, Mr. Bite, please.
No.
Is Momo back? I said Ted.
I've been here, bro.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, because I'm eating, and unlike you, I don't want to make noise.
Fucking wrecked.
Disadvantage for the whole night.
Eat my ass.
Well, you've been had.
Disadvantage for 2 nights.
Rump roasted.
Wow, it's like the Bastille IRL.
Banned for inappropriate consumption of rump.
You all have completed the skill challenge and have found yourself on the other side. What are you all doing?
Burping on stream. Yuria will, as I'm assuming the rest of the party is making their way, she'll keep an eye out for the piles of garbage to make sure there aren't any crabs within the wreckage.
It's funny that you say that.
Haha!
I too would like to do this, actually, but I will assist Yuria because she wants to go digging in garbage. I'll just
I mean,
be like, nope,
there's
It's not.
that one.
there's no real need to roll.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
As your very loud sounds.
I found them.
The sort of clattering of plate mail.
You found them. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Run.
I'm a bit of a ranger, you know.
We do a little bit of rangering here.
The trash piles, they're sort of they're sort of refuse palaces that they burst out of, sort of sending trash and loose segments of driftwood and everything everywhere. These large crustaceans clad in plated segments with bones and sort of decomposing body parts on their spines sort of rush out of their home, sort of dragging and scraping their claws along the floor. And as they're like rearing back, almost as if ready to slam, the eye stalks that were sort of rapidly searching the party settle on Yuria.
Is it obvious that they're looking at Yuria?
You would have seen their eyes frantically moving and then like settling on either it's Sildaril or Yuria. It's in that direction.
And is the mark on Juria obvious right now?
Absolutely, it's what's Mailing like, along with Kellen's bracers.
Okay. Alaric assumes it's the mark. He will quickly remove the cloak from around his shoulders, move behind Juria, and with one heavy hand, drape it across her shoulders.
She's sort of held in position by the stare of the crabs, and then there's a sudden jerk as the cloak is put upon her, sort of snaps her back into reality. She murmurs to Alaric, "I don't think that's necessary." But regardless, she would step forward.
He pushes her.
She
Yeets her
stumbles
into him.
forward into Silveril, probably. Excuse me. As she would step forward, and she wouldn't say anything. She would just stare back, rigid. Outwardly, it would look almost aristocratic, that sort of official posturing, like someone about to give a speech. But it is mostly an automatic stance that she has practiced in the face of absolute dread.
It's at this moment, that little symbol flaring on your head, as you would hear, "Food, food, food, food. Mistress, 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 mistress." Both of them repeating the same word.
Oh, hell no.
Just jerk over your shoulder and fucking food back there. Alaric left you a buffet.
No, he didn't. He left the mush.
It's food for a crab.
She doesn't say anything. She merely starts walking towards them, aiming to walk past them.
Like parch her hands like the Red Sea.
Yeah.
As you're walking, you hear, "Mistress, mistress, mistress, mistress."
Creepy, creepy, creepy.
As right about she gets to this point, eventually the constant whispering gets to her, and she snaps to one of them. "What is it?"
"Food, food. Mistress brought food."
There is.
You get the feeling, Yuria, right now, if you were so inclined, you have control or sway over these crabs.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
No. There is a pause as she contemplates what to do with the crabs, her eyes going over the rest of the party. A soft smile. She shakes her head. "No. Allow them to pass. They are not your food."
The sound that leaves them, this rapid chittering noise of their large mandibles sort of curling and scraping against themselves. You can see this sort of sea foam that begins to originate out of their mouth, as if salivating at the idea of this walking buffet. Being told no, it's almost like scolding a child, in which one of them like very suddenly slams their claws into the pile of driftwood and the stonework. But they both sort of, as well as a crab can, the sort of front legs bending inwards a little bit more as they both bow.
I hated you.
You were given free passage.
She would walk past and then wait for the others to pass, standing off to the side.
You would see Yuria, there's like this very like one claw almost outstretched, like so close.
She would like slap it.
Roll initiative.
The claw retracts back, sort of like rapidly snapping it to itself.
Zoom.
There is this definite. As soon as she's given an ounce of power, she immediately takes it, and fear is replaced with lordship.
The crabs watch as your party makes their way past, the eye stalks sort of trailing them the entire time.
I hate it here.
Zoom.
In which their eyes now settling on the defeated crustacean clad in armor that lays here.
There's food. Cannibalism, go.
There's a pause as the others progress. She gives some parting words to the crabs. Soon, not these, but others.
No, crab army.
Yes. They're like their little claws very rapidly snipping together. Yes.
Hey, Creighton, do you like crabs? They like you.
What? You're all insane.
Perfectly sane. Totally normal and well-adjusted.
Just be patient. Hayne's keep will drown. And then
Just some of us are
there'll
less
be a
insane than
feast.
Sorry, Yuria, one more time.
She adds very softly. Soon, when the walls above drown in the ocean, then you will feast. But not these. Avoid these, and avoid the flesh of green orcs. They are allies for the moment.
There's this feeling of understanding, this acknowledgement to your command. You watch as their mandibles sort of moving and sort of pulling back this thick sort of viscous bubbles that are protruding out of their mouth, salivating at the idea that Hayne Keep will drown and more food will be here.
Leaving them with that dream, she pirouettes and stalks off.
And you watch as they begin sort of remantling and replacing portions of their driftwood palaces and begin to scurry back underneath the trash.
You're all insane.
Oh, crazy.
As we do another map transition to the third and final, to the entrance.
I'm here for tax evasion, bro.
This is that. It's like the portly fellow where you're like, what are you in for? Murder.
Oh. We gotta go.
Bye.
As they walk, she would take the cloak off and hand it back to Alric. I believe the story was that you took this.
It is more your style. Keep it.
There's a slight tilt of her head, but she nods and relents.
Nothing like a bloodied sea cloak made of fish pots and
Yeah,
pillows.
she doesn't seem extremely pleased about having a bloodied cloak draped over her shoulder, but she wears it in stride.
You would hear the sort of snapping and sorry, Dante. I felt something poke me. It's Dante. Got worried for a
Get him,
moment.
boy.
Crabs.
You hear the sort of breaking, that audible snapping of bone echoing through this chamber. There's the path south and the path that you crossed.
How about we make it across again? Spare ourselves any surprises.
Maybe South will avoid us having to jump for it again when we take a look.
I would have Yuria go first.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Good thinking.
She quietly walks past.
Like walking a plank, Alaric would be behind her, prodding her with the hammer from time to time.
me then.
She mostly ignores it, but there's definitely a tightness of the jaw.
More
Foundry's lagging for me a bit, so I'll have a hard time getting the token.
As you're walking, your light, the illumination from your forehead now revealing the crab, at least the back portion of this crab, the long segments of body parts that adorn its spines, the light sort of illuminating this otherwise dark corridor causes its eye stalks to turn around as it turns to acknowledge you. Its immediate focus on Kellen until you step forward, Yuria. And then you would hear the voices again. Yes, mistress. And then it's multiple voices.
There's a stumble in her step as the voices assault her.
Oh shit!
The multitude, a little overwhelming even for her. She readjusts the cloak and continues walking. Not food, she insists.
Armor.
Gonna give me-
Armor.
There's another tilt of her head. And that she considers. Looking back, looking at Hayne's tools, there is a wide grin. Miss Sabine, that shield I lent you, could I have it back?
Of course. I would step forward and give Yuria my shield.
Which one looks to be the biggest?
Ooh, perception or investigation? The one right in front of you, who you see in one claw has like what is effectively the femur and then the rest of the leg.
She seems more unbothered by the bones and the blood. More, what seems to get to her is the lack of control. But, since she is in control, she confidently strides up towards the crab and offers it the shield.
A gift. A gift. Its giant claw reaching down and almost like a delicate touch grabs the shield between its two ends of the claws, sort of pulling it free. And you can see now with just the weight alone, the way that this thing grabs, it could have easily snapped this shield in half. And
Don't
sort
like
of,
that.
you watch as it like stabs it into the spines on its back, now sort of resting over its head like a half helmet. You have improved the armor class of this crab
Upgrades, people.
By 2?
by 2.
Oh
By-
shit. The
by
crab can parry.
Watching this curiously, Kellen's like, what the f-? And then finally kind of like, oh. You know, if you want them to have more equipment, there are plenty of dead things back the way we came. I suppose you could inform them to armor themselves accordingly with the Fallen's equipment. They just have to get back there, which I'm sure as crabs they could probably do pretty easily.
I think they were already picked through.
Yeah,
There's a light laugh as the others contemplate further arming the crab. I think
Continue.
I think the priestess and her companions would have ordered these to pick those clean if they wished it. They'll figure it out on their own.
well, as long as they are not ripping us or our allies to shreds, then
Marana, you would feel like a little bit of pressure as the one at your side is like one claw grabbing at your rapier, sort of inspecting it.
Oh. Flee.
Gift.
Kind of like pulls it away.
You see the like the chasing claw as you move it away.
Yuria, keep moving.
But mine. It's me.
Oh. Yes.
More gifts.
She,
Gifts.
No. Her face goes immediately stern, wanting to keep control. No more gifts. Not yet.
Intimidation or persuasion?
Roll initiative. Oh, thank God.
The one adorned with the shield over its head now, where you watch as its eye stalks are sort of forced to be like pushed underneath and jut outwards. You watch as it reaches over and sort of grabs the other crab and like pushes it back forcefully, the sort of legs scraping against the stonework as it bows its head low, sort of clearing the path for you.
No, you found the
Alpha crab.
You found the alpha.
My crab knight. She
made it the alpha.
Your mount, your steed awaits.
She gives it a nod of approval and then walks past.
Oh, the
Is
other
Morana
crab's like,
stuck
God
behind the
damn
crab?
it.
Bro.
Chad crab.
Is Marana stuck behind the crab behind us?
And I think she's getting ready to beat feet very quickly.
It's trying to grab at her rapier.
Oh, it's just, this is what I'm seeing. Let me show you.
God, I need a third monitor.
I have 3 that I'm not using if you want them.
Please.
No, I moved ahead. Boundaries
Okay.
are laggy for me too, so don't worry.
It's okay, we'll catch up.
Yeah, you'd have seen, Alaric, you'd have seen one, like, leaned in a little bit more and sort of grabbing at her rapier until she tugged it free, only for the crab to, like, sputter with its weird, like, mandibles.
Little kleptomaniacs in those big
It's like-
shells.
They're like, no, gimme.
It's effectively what it is, where it's like, that one got a gift, I want a gift. Like,
Like 12-year-olds. They're children. I'm leaving. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Crabs are
Yuria
peeking.
would be waiting for everyone to.
Oh god, there's
scoot.
more.
you would see this one as you're walking out has sort of like is one claw is like very almost oddly delicately removing like the bottom like sabaton from the greaves, like disconnecting them and like throwing it aside haphazardly and using the greaves to like slap over the connecting portion of its arm like armor.
Wow. Creepy but smart. Okay.
She announces to the crabs as the party moves on. There is a headless corpse from whence we came. Its remains are yours.
Headless.
Isn't he headless? Didn't you crush its head in?
And
That was the first strike, yeah.
Then you just bludgeon him into paste.
Yeah, he did. Turn his ribcage into a little jar of blood with which to, soak himself.
Fine, they don't have to know that anyway.
You're also realizing now just how many crabs were in this area.
That could have been really bad.
And what combat would have looked like in a different scenario. This one is not at least paying attention to you. It's in the process of equipping itself.
It's got its inventory screen open.
Effectively, you watch as it's like applying loose segments of chainmail and plate and sort of forcefully binding them together with its with pressure from its claws. And it's then, as it's doing this, one eye stalk turns to look back. Its whole body shifts up and turns, now fully facing the party.
Yuria.
Yuria snapped out of her contemplation of her new crab night and strides on over, having told them of the corpse that was left.
You would see along this one, this sort of large right claw that's there. It has what appears to be like 2 or 3 short swords that are bound by like chainmail and leather straps.
It's a
Things
stabby crab.
These
Indeed.
things are cunning and creepy at the same time.
And as it's getting ready, like you would see the snip of the claws and the sort of you would also realize just how firmly in place those swords are. As it's getting ready for combat, it sees Yuria and immediately sort of, mistress.
She seems to take in what it's wearing in a whole new light as she eyes this thing. She approaches it. Tell me, have you gotten into the other wings of these caverns? The ones with walking meat?
Are you asking if it's gone into the mines?
Correct.
Yes.
How did you get in?
You see it sort of look at you for a moment, and then the eye stalks turning to look at itself. And it's not sure of the words, but you watch as it sort of like gesticulates to itself, like its own legs.
Fucking walk, dummy. Duh.
Move through water. Crab.
It's a crab.
She considers how to explain. What color were the crystals when you entered the mines? The place where the humans, the walking meat worked and toiled.
You would watch as it reaches over and wrenches free a crystal from the wall.
Damn!
And
Keep
sort of
that thing down there with us.
places it at your feet.
I think I know why there were guards posted on the... I think it was the eastern wing, right?
Correct. Compared to the southern, where there was no guards, the eastern one had actual guard placements.
Curious. There's a moment of silence as she considers this information.
Many walk with shell. Take shell. You would see it gesture to itself again, the various segments of repurposed half plate and chainmail.
Have the ones with shells stopped you?
It is this wet, gurgling laugh
Oh no.
that is your reply.
She slowly turns to the party. If there is ever a reason or a way to smuggle weapons in, this is it.
Might be a interesting challenge to convince them not to simply strap it to them, but to bring it to us. But perhaps they can be used to bring in some gear if they can be convinced.
I suppose it depends on how this works. She taps her forehead. I know my own talents only work when I can see the one I wish to speak with. I don't think I can speak with them so far down in the ravine.
Maybe.
You would realize, sort of using this train of thought, the ones in the deeper section of the cavern, the ones you had talked to previously, even the one you had given the shield to, you can no longer speak to or hear their thoughts.
Yeah.
Proximity then, for sure. Welp.
Anyone have any ideas before our opportunity to use these loyal beasts is separated from us?
What? Are you communing with the crabs?
Loyal,
She nods.
loyal.
They speak to me.
Are you serious?
Well,
She turns to the crab. Lift your left arm.
It lifts its left arm.
No. You see Alaric cover his face in disbelief. We haven't been here for longer than 3 hours, and already she's making friends with the critters. Can you believe it?
strangely, this is either what madness feels like, or happenstance.
The crab is remaining, its arm remains up.
You may lower it.
It lowers it.
Thank you.
Perhaps it's something that we could impart to Toreg when he is taken from here, to have the Sahagin use the crabs to smuggle in an armory for us, and perhaps any prisoners that wish to join our cause.
That seems too complicated for them, but
The
what you could
Sahagin-
do is they seem to have a lot of equipment laying around. Maybe they could help us get armed in case we're disarmed. Create for us a catch of sorts.
And perhaps the Sahagin have an easier way of speaking to them and convincing them to do things. But if the crabs can get in there, then so can the Sahagin. So, not a terrible idea.
Now the fish folk are gone. It appears we have Julia instead.
Well, like I said, it's something we can impart to Toreg.
Again, I can only communicate with them when I am close, when I see them, or when they see me.
These things speak between one another, no?
Probably.
Whatever you tell it this one, if he's gonna lift your arm at your beck and call, I imagine he'll go tell everybody else too. Perhaps feel proud that he's speaking the words you told it.
What do I tell it? Do you have a plan? I would love to use these to arm us, but there is the issue, of course, that once we are armed, the guards will wish to stop us. And there is no way, I think, of subtly sneaking weapons in with, she turns to the massive crustacean.
It
With
like
this.
snips its claws. The three short swords mounted on its claw sort of shake.
You ask too much of them, Yuria. I couldn't see them doing anything else more complicated.
Well, again, if we can arrange it so that this all happens when we are in the mines, perhaps we can get armed that way, but that would be a bell that can't be unrung, because once we are armed, we are committed. So we need to make sure we are ready. And I'm not sure of their concept of time. We still need to wait a day, at least.
That is my thought as well.
But if we convince Toreg of our plan, and he brings it to the Sahagin and the orcs, perhaps they can all be smuggled in that way, and we can take it from the bottom up, although that is somewhat disadvantageous. Usually you want to go from the top down.
She shakes her head. I don't think there's any way they're going to be smuggling weapons for us through the Bastille.
Most likely not, but perhaps through the mines.
And even if not, I imagine our priestess will go and make the same oath with Spinebreaker. And once he makes his attack, to claim revenge for the kidnapping of his son, of course, they may as well arm us.
Yes. Well, again, it'll be something to discuss with Torag once we're out of prying ear range of gods and the like.
She, her eyes narrow on Kellen. You did tell them the layout of the Bastille, didn't you?
They know it. They said they know it.
Oh, I see. That is good. Hopefully they know they need to break a lock. I imagine they have their techniques, though.
I suspect that they can handle that, yes.
As the crab hasn't been spoken to in a while, you're sort of communicating. Those of you watching the crab would watch as it's like picking up rocks, these semi-large rocks, and just sort of like snapping it between its claws and then moving to the next one.
It's getting bored. Oh my god.
It's just like, I want to play. Well, something to think about, but we should let this one do what it does, whatever that might be.
She dryly looks at the crab snapping rocks. Oh yes, you're quite right. Right. Well. She shrugs. Almost an opportunity, but I cannot think of a way to utilize it, so...
Let us be moving along then, to zip zop zibbity bop that way. Bye!
Still just breaking rocks.
She moves on just to let it break rocks.
Carry on. Goodbye.
Yes, carry on. Very good.
Very good. Chip chop.
As you go to leave, it now turns to see the rest of you, looking to you, Yuria. It's just waiting.
She does pause. Do you know of the hole that you crawled out of to greet the ones with the shells?
Yes.
If you hear my voice shouting down below, come to my aid. It will mean I am in trouble and need your assistance.
Roll me a persuasion.
Oop, that was perception. My bad. Persuasion. I rolled with advantage. No, wait, I didn't.
There's a moment where it's like sort of acknowledging you, giving you a nod. Mistress, give food.
She chuckles. If you come to my aid, then the food will be fighting me, and you may have whatever you wish from their broken bodies.
As if like jubilation or excitement, you watch as it stabs the 3 swords into the half body and sort of lifts it up.
Yeah, pretty much like that.
Sort of shaking it like a standard.
Just blood and guts flailing everywhere. Yeah, time to go. Enough
She
of this.
gives it a gentle nod of her head. Make sure the others know of my desires.
If a crab could nod, it would.
She turns. With that little backup plan, she continues on.
As the crabs prepare for war.
Brother. Crab.
Sound the drums!
Cry havoc and let slip the crabs of war.
Ominous skittering intensifies.
First monsters and our enemies, now our hidden allies.
Well,
Equipped
There's
with your adornments given to you by Lord Hayne, soaked in the blood of the Sahagin, and wielding the mantle of Shalu the priestess, you emerge from the caves victorious.
Solar would advise you take off the cloak.
She does.
We need to figure out how we are going to hide your new gift.
I'm assuming it's not glowing at this moment.
Correct. It's in this moment where there's light that it's gone.
Yuria nods.
Regardless, you all live in a dark cell. How are you going to hide your new...
She raises her hands. Yes, I know, I agree. Suppose I'll need a cloth to cover my, bargain.
well, perhaps it simply will obey your whims. You needed light at the time, and it gave you light. So
That is not necessarily a risk I wish to, take.
I'm with the ranger. Seems much more likely that they will see it.
why don't you try it now? Wish for light as we speak.
She gives him a dry look, but she's like, she imagines requiring light.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Not bad.
Your symbol does not flare, it does not dim. It just seems to exist for the moment.
Oh, is it visible?
For the moment, yes.
She purses her lips.
I just need to find a way to wrap it.
Hmm.
Unless you have a better explanation why you now bore the sign of clearly an enemy of the keep.
I do not. She approaches Alaric. Is any of the blood... You see she tries to scrape the blood off of your hammer. And
Alaric is not Alaric. Rather, he is a template of red with the likeness of Alaric.
she would attempt to smear her finger across your form, your bloodied form, to pick up some of the blood.
It is not fresh. It's scabbed over, dry, now crusty against the hammer.
She, having only crust in her fingers, she looks at her hand, disappointed as she rubs it off. I was hoping to fake an injury.
A bit late, don't you think?
Indeed.
Perhaps a piece of cloth from one of our tunics or something. Make it look like a bandage.
So I handed her the cloak. Already it is bloodied.
Yeah, but we're probably going to have to give that up to Lord Hayne.
She tries to tear at one of the sleeves of her leather to get a strip.
For your sanity and for the sake of brevity, you would realize it's the moment that you leave these caverns is the moment that the symbol is gone. While in the caverns is when the symbol is there.
So like maybe a proximity to the crystals or something? Who knows?
I can't imagine the priestess would give me such an obvious sign without having some sort of ability to hide it. She knows what we are getting into.
Very well. I must say, though, I am impressed and pleased with all of us. We made it through that spiked hallway with an excellent display of teamwork.
What did I tell you about that feeling?
Yes, but it extends to all of us, I believe, at this point.
Maybe.
I'm just gladdened by this, that's all. permit me a moment of optimism and hope. Well, I suppose we should make our way to Hayne and his dogs to make our report.
Well, that hope in the eyes of him.
Yes.
I doubt he will find it enjoyable to see.
I'm sure. Silzerel, would you do me a favor?
Mm.
Would you strike me somewhere across the face?
Instantly.
What?
Easy.
That's why you knew it's one person.
Roll me another attack, please.
Alaric had the intention to stop her punch, but she's too fat.
Yeah, just
He
walks,
only gets-
turns around and wallops.
Yeah, like, because she was so, like, she did it so immediately. Like, his instinct to safeguard Kellen, it's not quick enough. Like, his hand goes slightly up and the fist's already out.
Yeah, just not even fucking like.
I need you to strike me. Before he even finishes that sentence, the fist is in his face.
Yeah, just like, wow, I didn't know.
Yeah.
No hesitation. Holy
If
shit.
he's allowing it, roll with advantage.
Oh god, I'm gonna lay him out in one hit, just fucking KO him.
And that's how we lost a
It
man.
was almost a 20. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I would have exploded.
Crack! This resounding strike across your jaw. You feel where like your jaw and skull connect, sort of loosen for a moment. Your head rattling around as you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Perfect. Excellent. Yes, that's what I needed. So yeah, he just kind of like head whips around and he staggers a bit, just like, oh, kind of coughs a moment. It, like lifts his head up and rubs his jaw like, wow, no hesitation. I feel like I might have offended you at some point.
I am just there.
Well, that should be more convincing. Lord Hayne would like to see me roughed up a bit, I'm sure. This will satisfy him.
Did she use her left fist or her right fist?
Her left.
Alaric will remember that.
Turn around and just backflip to them.
Anyone else?
Spits blood onto the ground.
Anyone else?
Who else can get
Yuri.
punched in the
Cracks
face?
knuckles with malicious intent.
You can see Yuria shuffling away from.
Nope.
Mm.
Nope. Negative.
Well, Kellen, if anything else, defeats do men far more good than victories.
Oh, indeed. Anyway, I'm ready.
Sidra would nod.
Wow, she hit him really hard.
The party, equipped with your spoils of war, ascend through the caverns. The light of the crystals around you not glowing as bright, beginning to fade and instead replaced with that more immediate humid warmth of the eastern mines. Emerging from it into the large mine, you would see 3 figures waiting at the base of the entrance. As we map transition to the eastern mines.
Silderall would remind them to, ham it. We were just in battle.
Easy for me. I just got my fucking clock rattled.
TikTok.
You would see Guard Captain Nathan Kinsley and 2 enforcers at his side. Nathan's arms sort of crossed over his chest. Rather placid look on his face. The other 2 look impatient behind him.
Silderall would be holding her torso like, ugh.
As you all emerge, their attention now immediately drifting towards all of you. As Nathan mutters over his shoulder to the enforcer, and the enforcer brings a hand up to the side of his head and begins channeling. You're all alive.
Yuria does
Uh,
oh. By all means.
Alaric doesn't have to pretend. He's got various craters around him from the electricity, and his armor would be singed. Several plates of the half plate looking burned and cooked through. Sorry.
Shoulder also does not look the best. She's not bloodied, but I use bloodied because it's an old term. She's a little over half health.
I know what you mean. I also use bloodied, don't worry.
Okay.
Nathan sort of inspecting all of you one by one. All right. Put your weapons on the ground, please.
Laura would place her Zoihander on the ground and just kind of take a knee for a moment.
I'll lower the bow and quiver down, stand up and like kind of hold on to his side a little bit, like he's like took a good hit. Like, okay.
Yuria probably takes the longest to drop her weapon, as when she unstraps it, instead of just putting it down, her fingers trace along the scabbard, the scabbard, and she almost mutters into like the hilt. "We'll meet again," she mutters before setting it down gently, almost reverently, in front of her feet.
Nathan's attention looking to those that haven't put their weapons down yet.
Sabine would put her weapon down gently, kind of keeping that distant look in her eye.
Yeah. It would just be dropping them.
Alaric tends his blood-smothered hammer against the ground and uses this to sort of support himself in sitting down and leaning against the rocks. When he let go of the handle, it topples forward and with a hail of dust plants itself on the ground.
As the enforcer stood beside Nathan and drops his hand, you could smell the immediate shift in sort of just the nature, right? That dust and soot, that rocky earth scent immediately replaced with that of soot, that scent of something burning, as apparating or appearing behind the enforcers, the priest figure adorned with their white robes and a wide grinning Hayne.
Hooray.
You hear the immediate shift in movement of plate mail as he steps around the enforcer. The broad frame, the large sword on his back, the wide grin with sharpened teeth presented under this thick white beard, looking at all of you in a look of amusement. Well, consider me impressed. I did not expect to see all of you return, but I am glad. Now, where's the head?
Yuria's eyes glance to Alaric.
Yep.
"There is no head, my lord. The head was unfortunately dispatched. However," she tosses the cloak at his feet. "We grabbed that from the creature we fought."
To emphasize on Yuri's claim, Alaric, with his right foot, pushes the hammer closer to Hayne's feet, letting it rattle along until it sort of reaches him, encrusted in blood as it is.
You would watch as the sort of plated sabaton comes up and slams down onto the handle, sort of stopping it mid-skid. His focus on it for a moment, and then the large gauntleted hand picking up this mantle, this adornment of pieces of the sea as he holds it in his fist. I gave you a simple enough task. Bring me the head, and you went and crushed it. Who?
Yuria's jaw tightens, and her eyes shift to Alaric.
Alaric stands up, and he steps in front of Jury.
You can see the sort of sharp inhale, his lips pulled back, revealing all of his teeth. That sort of snarl-like expression. You damned fool, Crowvane.
I struck them from behind at an opportunity. Didn't think it in that way.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to think in the Bastille.
You're going to punish him for enacting your will. We dispatch the problem.
Alaric extends a hand towards Kellen. His head lowers to look at his feet. Quiet contemplation, sort of taking it.
He gestures at the enforcer at his side, the man turning and moving. Now, what was responsible?
After a moment's pause, Yuria clears her throat. Understandably, a little hesitant under Hayne's wrath, or at least playing it up. It was some sort of siren-like creature, mermaid or fish folk of some sort. It seemed to be doing some ritual. It was accompanied by some similar-looking guards. We did not get very far before they spotted us, and we fought.
I believe they're Sahagin. Did not expect to see murdering, slaving fish people down here.
Yuria, go ahead and roll me a deception check with advantage. Because of Kellen's assistance.
She did not know that they were Sahagin, so.
You gave yourself disadvantage.
I held control. I thought it was advantage.
Shift disadvantage, controls disadvantage.
Whoopsies.
But you did roll twice, so 20 is the highest roll.
Calm down. Jesus fucking Christ.
Rise up against the DM.
Yeah, seize the means of dice rolling.
Holding it for a moment. You can hear the knuckles pop as his grip tightens firmly, sort of holding this mantle, staring at you, Yuria, and just taking in everything. He looks back at the priest. It appears the last of our problems is finished. But I wanted her head. You would actually, everybody roll me a perception check.
Perception or insight?
Both work. Oh, everybody but Marana. you all would see the sort of shift or the change in some of the appearances of Hayne. It's almost as if when he talked, that final snarl, that growl that left him, you would have watched as it's almost like the teeth, those sharpened canines almost elongated. And there was just the ever faintest change, the faintest coloration change to his eyes. But just as quickly as it appears, it's gone. This will suffice. Did you kill it in one swing, Crovine?
Alaric looks up after a moment's delay. Rather than answer with words, he sort of surrenders to this notion that he's to be sent off and remains humble, self-effacing by bobbing his head once, but firmly at that.
Come here.
You won't know.
Okay, Alaric doesn't know how to take this gesture. He sort of looks at himself, hands awkwardly gesticulating at his body as though, me?
You watch as he hands the mantle over to Nathan, who sort of takes it in both of his arms. He points at you and points directly in front of himself. Now, Crovine.
It's one long and setting stride.
The heavy gauntlet, the heavy hand resting on your left shoulder. The next time you disobey, I will ensure that your bloated corpse is sent back to Belladonna. Do you understand?
He nods.
And with one swift motion, this plated gauntlet right into your gut.
It is what?
Gut, abdomen, solar plexus.
Split.
Do I roll anything to see if he can take it?
You can roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Actually, I'd rather have Alaric fake that he's been hurt a lot by the punch. Kind of exacerbate the hurt, right?
Well, roll me this con save first. We'll see if you're actually hurt or not.
Okay, fair enough.
Vomits profusely. I'm faking, guys. Don't worry.
Pukes right on him.
I'm done.
Puke
Yeah.
right on him.
So if you'd like to ham up this being hurt, it hurt, but not enough to like double over, right? You're sort of able to tense in the moment and catch it. So you can go ahead and roll me a deception if you'd like.
Right, so principles being clothes, or like clothes. Alaric knowing that you have to change them to suit the audience, he will let Hayne have his moment and, fall to a knee and act altogether beaten by the punch, as though it took all the air out of him. Is it deception, performance? What was it?
I'll let you choose deception or performance.
Same dice in each, so it doesn't.
Ow, my god. Oh.
And we.
And how do you play this up?
I imagine that it'd be hard to tell after being struck, but the roll being so shitty, I'd say Alaric gets hit, he takes the hit, doesn't lose balance, and then goes down to a knee, right? So it looks more subservient rather than you hurt me.
Seeing that, he chuckles for a moment as you pretend to fall, and he stupid boy, as the knee comes and catches you right in the side of your head.
Oh my god, alright.
Now you really are unconscious. Bye.
Is it another
Yeah, if you'd like to roll another console.
I mean, I don't seem to have a choice.
We're gonna be here for hours just watching this man try to beat up.
Oh, I pressed control for some reason. I'm sorry.
22.
Okay, I'm gonna like to have Alaric double down on the attempt at giving Hayne his victory at abuse.
Taking it like a fucking champion. over here.
Absolutely. This like resounding strike that like stops everybody else who's working nearby, their attention turning to look at what's happening. As the knee follows suit, the sort of rattle of Hayne's plate mail as the knee connects into your head. You've apparently taken far worse in this situation. Your time in Rowfield, your training under Valagar Blackmane and his brother, this is child's play. So if you'd like, go ahead and roll me another deception check or performance.
At this rate, I'd say like Hayne's taking damage by hitting you.
I mean,
Alright, so apparently Alaric has a hard time showing that he's been hurt. So he is struck across the face. His head juts backwards and then clicks back in place. His reaction at first is to feel his lower features kind of running a palm across his nose, looks up to Hayne, and just falls backwards like a horrible actor. Sprawling across the sand, but slowly because his spine hurts a bit from getting, struck by lightning.
Staring down at you, Hayne chuckles. A part of me is thankful you did not break so easily. But I must admit, it's very exciting to see just how much damage your body can take. Get on your feet, Grovane. And remind me
He's
to never have you work in the theater.
Alaric scrambles his feet, sending up a bit of dust, a bit of hail as he rises.
My point stands. Next time, bring me the hate when I tell you to.
I promise you, Lord, next time, I will make sure not to strike their heads. And if nothing else, I will bring an axe, ask for one. I could bring you 2 halves of one, piece them together.
There's a grin.
Oh, a smart ass, eh?
I retract my statement. Grovane needn't spend any time in the Bastille. However, with this out of the way, those little interruptions that we had in the Bastille will end. Of that you have my thanks. And as such, for your prowess, I'm extending an invitation. You will be eating in my keep tonight. You watch as he gestures to the enforcer at his side, and Nathan, who gives a bow of his head, sort of folding up the mantle and turning back to the priest, who's waiting with expectant hands, sort of taking it. You would watch as the priest drags his hands across the surface of it. There's a small nod.
Alaric very eagerly moves along, sort of rolling and filling his jawline with his hand as he comes up to the priest.
As you approach, the enforcer that's there, like arm out, catches you before you get close enough to the priest.
He's caught.
The priest, the hood obscuring most of their features, turns as if looking at you directly.
Alaric, having been looking down thus far, looks up to find the priest's looming gaze. He doesn't say anything, just sort of returns the stare.
With that, he gives a small nod, and the guard lets the arm fall. Escort them to the showers. Ensure that they are properly cleaned. And then make sure they are dressed. The guards all nod, giving a small salute, in which the enforcers and Nathan begin to gather you up and lead you out of the mine.
Oh, goody.
Okay. As you all are let out, now beginning to be put onto the lift, beginning to rise up, the perspective changes. It is that of Lord Hayne and his priest, stood across one another in the mines, inspecting this drape, this mantle. You would see Lord Hayne sort of very carelessly pluck it out of the priest's hands. The priest showing no sign of retaliation or attempting to grab it, as Hayne sort of curls his fist tightly around it and lifts it up. With that out of the way, I imagine our time here will be soon finished. The Iron Duke has need of these. You all are led up through the black cells, past your cells, and led into the galley. Passed through it, where a number of people are currently eating. One such person being the Arcanist, who watches all of you as you pass, your blood-soaked visages, giving a momentarily startled look and then a raised brow as you all pass by, one by one. And you all are led into the showers.
Did we see that part with Hayne and the robe priest?
No.
Okay.
It was a cinematic, as it were.
Cinematic
just making
moment.
sure.
As we transition over, if any of you would like to have conversations, talk, what have you in the shower, you may.
Looking mighty fine. You bringing that cake?
Oh, just using the powdered soap to get all nice and tidy.
I hate it here.
Yeah, powdered soap and salt water. Not what more could we possibly do to make this terrible? Adding a bit
You
of
could not
flogging?
shower.
Oh, true, but I will. It's blood and grossness.
I'm assuming
like
we didn't get
blood
anything.
and crab cakes.
I'm assuming it's still like salt water and powdered.
Absolutely.
All right. So much for dressing up. God.
Any conversations that wish to be had, or shall we skip?
Well, we got guards right outside, so no.
Yeah, and they're taking. I'm sure they're taking our armor at this point as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yuria will speak to Kellen.
Mm.
Telepathically.
Oh no.
That's right. You will hear her voice. I have talked to Torig like this as well. If you find you are unable to get privacy with him, I can also inform him of our arrangement in the most private place imaginable.
I can respond telepathically or not?
Nope. You can only hear. You cannot respond telepathically.
With the showers running and the water going and all that stuff, he just nods at her, giving that knowing look and everything.
She slaps him for looking. I'm just kidding.
I lose another 5 HP. I'm dead.
All right.
He agrees, though.
That is all for now.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one moment.
In his notes.
There's a cat on his lap.
Dante harassing you. Go, cat.
I was double
baby.
checking something. Sorry about that. Was ensuring a specific ability. So,
Well, now I'm sus.
you were showered, cleaned with your powdered soap and salt water. If there are no other conversations that need to be had, you are eventually brought to your cells. Or in your cells appear to be rather simple clothing. Very simple, like tunics, and very simple sort of pants. And all of you would have shoes.
Ooh.
Some of us have boots.
Indeed. In which all of you are kept here in your cells for several long hours.
I'm going to play the loot that was left for me, assuming it was left.
Indeed, your previous requests are here.
My gloves. Well, gauntlets.
While in your cells, is there any conversation that wishes to be had? This is several hours, so if you'd like to take a short rest, you may.
Oh, we only have one dice. Yeah, we're still level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well, I guess. Need to
Let me double check something.
short rest.
By the way, as you are pulled out of the shower before you are able to be put into any clothes, perineum manacles and your collar is replaced.
Boo.
Ooh, back to full health. Nice.
What do you mean replace? Like new ones are put in? Put on?
Like the ones that they had taken off are immediately put back onto you before you're able to put your clothes on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just replaced your perimedium is all.
Oh. I just assumed they did that as soon as we dropped our weapons.
Yeah, I didn't figure they would let us
Ba-ding.
do magic. But yeah, I'll just be, after dressing and relaxing, I'll just be playing his lute since it's a long time, unless anyone wants to talk to him. So yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Proficiency, performance is charisma, 2. 14. Not terrible.
Not enough that a guard would have come over and yelled at you.
Yeah, it'll be specifically just kind of playing, and actually it'll be an elven tune elven song, and he kind of sings quietly to himself, not loudly, just in Elvish and everything. As he strums the lute strings.
Wait, he's singing? Okay, never mind. We're
Yeah,
back to what I typed.
He's humming like to himself, but kind of like low voice, like very quietly, like to himself. But if Silderil started singing, he would probably play just a slightly bit louder so she could hear better.
At some point, Morana's going to kind of come over to like the little window that they both share. Kellen. I know the reason of this meeting.
Do cha.
You have to be careful.
How do you mean, other than minding our manners?
There are others, like Lord Hayne, I learned. Call them.
Sorry, go
As
ahead.
far as I know, they are part of some order. So much he told me. Some were chosen, some were just by circumstance. Sabine's inclination that we were scouted, for at least some of us, was... I shudder to figure how far his people can reach.
And do you think if he offers this membership in this cabal, that we should take him up on it?
I am unsure of that.
I suppose it will depend on the presentation and what we can get away with. What else have you noticed?
He is a savage. More so than the disgusting elements he claims to hate.
Yes, I had a feeling that he has turned monster. Did you see his teeth when he snarled at Alaric? And his eyes. May I actually roll either like a nature or some kind of check to see if I know if this is like some kind of strange lycanthropy?
Sure, you can try.
Or would history be better?
All in all, it would probably be Arcana.
I'm not proficient in Arcana. I guess I could still try, yeah?
No.
First natural 20 of the game!
However, 21 doesn't yield much, I'm afraid.
Man, I wasted my natural 20. I'm dead now.
Indeed, the intent was you could try. However, there was no guarantee. As you're not so much trained in Arcana as a member of the Grey Watch.
Yeah, if it had been more of a natural phenomenon, like some kind of disease, then
Indeed.
maybe.
And this doesn't, at least...
Yeah, it was a long shot. I wasn't really expecting much from it, so I understand.
At least in this scenario, this situation, it's certainly not natural.
Not to stack rolls, but as a woman of Shademore, may I also roll Arcana? Not necessarily to identify Hayne, but to recollect types of creatures that have the ability to shapeshift.
Sure. You would know that there are a lot of creatures, especially in the Shademore, that can transform into other people. Creatures like changelings are often hunted. Other strange abominations that have the ability to sort of take faces are sort of act as game for a lot of the hunters that are there. You're familiar with them adorning themselves with silver segments to sort of ward off these type of creatures, as well as sort of show proof of who they are. But for something like that to be all the way out here, who knows?
Sometime during their stay, Alaric would approach the bars that separates Sabine's and his own cell, leaning in to look at hers, sticking an arm and then the other to the space between them, if they fit, to lean against the wall, less so than to reach in. And he'll look at her, braiding her hair in silence. Does she notice at any moment?
I guess that would be a perception, wouldn't it?
That's up to you, Sabine.
It would take her a while, and then she'd look back. Oh. Hello, Alaric.
I was told long ago by my grandfather that the wise wait for their moment but never let it pass. What are you waiting for, Dame?
What do you mean?
You've been very quiet. You were never quiet.
Oh, I've been quiet pretty much since he told me the game was up. If I don't need to keep up appearances, why should I?
And so there is nothing else behind the mask.
I am what I am. I flirt. If somebody were to approach me for a job, I would take it, depending on said job.
What are you then when you cannot flirt and ply your trade?
You assume that's all I do.
No. I am asking you because I do not know.
Well, I've been trained in combat as well. I'm a servant to my god.
I am certain that you can defend yourself. I just want to know why you've gone so quiet.
Just waiting. It's easier not to slip up one's words if you say nothing at all.
I liked you better when you spoke.
Maybe I'll talk more to you. She'll grin.
He pulls back a corner of his lips, runs his tongue across his upper row of teeth, then gives a soft shrug and pulls back from the bar. He sits down at the edge of the bed and goes quiet.
She'll just grin. So, Alaric, what is it that you do?
It takes a while for him to answer, there in the shadow of his bedroom. But eventually, two eyes look up and towards her. There's no glow to them, only a reflection of the light outside from the corridor. I'm a prisoner just like you. What kind of question is that?
No, I botched. You have certain things similar to what I do. Who do you serve?
Myself.
Oh, no, no, no. Who do you serve?
What am I supposed to say? The Allfather?
Who grants you your boons? The ability to heal.
This question, more direct, brings Alaric visible pause. His jaw works, his tongue audibly, feels at the roof of his mouth, trying to conjure the word and the name. It's an old man. Comes to me in my dreams. Has the kindliest smile I've ever seen before. He has horns too. And if I remember correctly, has half the body of a horse. Some call him Chilier, the Wild Father. But my people have a different name for him.
What name is that?
He, once again, almost as though it's a signature answer, half shrugs his left shoulder, a half-committed attempt at passing on the question. I don't know.
I serve my first and greatest love.
I didn't hear you, by the way. What did you say?
I serve my first and greatest love.
From your cell.
In everything that I do, I try.
Are you trying to tell me a metaphor with that?
I should be more direct. I serve Sariel, the heavenly suitor.
Ah, the Firehead.
Yes,
Very fond of him.
as am I.
But I like to keep him at arm's length.
You shouldn't.
Oh no, I should. There's been times in the past where I haven't, and I lose track of time. In fact, I go as far as to say that I am here because of him.
There can be love in many things you do, not only in physical intimacy. A blacksmith's love of his work can be the greatest passion in his life. A mage's love for magic can lead him to new things that they never thought they could do. There can be love in all things, not just physical intimacy. There can be beauty in all things. Beauty in strength, beauty in determination.
I've heard such things before. Mainly, when they speak of Sariel, they say only positive things. But I know the darker side to him. Behind all this want, all this need and craving, and the satiating of it, there is the fall, the price to pay for every gamble, every decision.
Maybe you do not know him as best as you think.
I know this. I know that after every night, after a drunk has had more than his fair share of alcohol, he ends up, the next morning, God's nowhere, trousers pissed, unaware of his surroundings, and with a lot of regrets. I know then when a man cheats on a woman, or vice versa, doesn't matter, there come the regrets after the glory. So see, Sariel is like a double-edged sword.
There is a positive and negative to every emotion. Even with happiness, you can take it to those of mania. But understand with love, you can never run out, you can always make more.
Do you really think Cyril wants love for the sake of love? He wants to see people light up like fire. And then, what he truly relishes in is seeing them turn to ash. That is his game. It's always been like that, always at our expense.
I think that is a personal opinion. I think he lives in the moment of the emotion. But, as with gain, there's always loss. A love can be lost, and that can bring pain. There's always a positive and a negative to it. It's not letting that negative overwhelm you, overtake you, knowing the difference between love, desire, and lust.
His fleeting pleasures are not worth it. Not for the price at the end of them.
And that is lust, that is not love. And that is not him.
In my experience, love is a lot more harmful than lust.
What happens if you lose love in what you do? It no longer the food becomes ash in your mouth. You have to have a passion and emotion to it. You
Well,
can
that is it,
you can either
isn't it?
reach out and grab that emotion, or you can let it fleet. You can savor in it.
Enjoy the way there rather than its conclusion.
You can look back fondly on moments, even if they are lost. They were still good moments.
Alaric kind of gives a slow shake of the head, looking at his hands now, slowly curling the left into a fist, and as knuckles jut out, he seems to be as though counting them. I'm not too sure I believe in this.
She would peer in. You can't tell me that there's no emotion when you look into a lover's eyes. That kind of glaze over them after the moment has passed. That heatedness, that heaviness. You can't tell me that's not something to savor.
An empty feeling. Gone in the morning. Shallow.
If it's gone in the morning, then you let it slip through your fingers. True love is something you hold on to.
Lust is a fool's foundation. But love? That is one good way to be killed.
Then I die happily. Complete. Satiated.
You really think your love for others defines you?
It's not just love for others. It's love for yourself. Love in the actions that you do. You can put love into anything.
Love for life.
Indeed.
What is there to love? What is there of life to love? Do you not understand life? How it only disappoints and gets worse and worse until it ends all in catastrophe? This is what Cyril wants.
It is love that allowed me to, when my mother made those threats, walk away when I wanted to run back to my brother. I didn't let the moment take me. I knew that if I acted on my whims, I might have placed him in harm's way. So I turned around and I walked back to the order and I completed my training. It's finding that worth in the love. One day you will find something or someone you truly love. Don't let it slip through your fingers. And don't look at it with jaded eyes. It can make you better. Love sometimes can drive people to be their best selves. Sometimes it can drive them to be their worst selves. It's up to you on which direction you take.
Ever since I landed in this cell, I've given up on lofty goals. Lofty like the future.
Maybe you shouldn't.
Again, he shrugs and crawls deeper into the bed. And there's a thought as his torso and then his head falls across the pillow.
And with that, you hear the approaching footfalls of figures clad in chainmail, the familiar sound of approaching guards. All right, up on your feet.
Finishing my post first, then yes. It's halfway through it. Shut up. Okay, but yes, I guess now we're being interrupted. So
Correct.
damn guards, so rude. Setting the loot down on his bed, but he'll finally approach. We'll pick this up later.
Face away. Once everybody has turned their back to the guards, your doors are opened. Step out. You can see one of them tapping their foot impatiently.
I'm sure it's just some lag for Alaric is all.
He's moving his PC, so
Yeah, he'll get there.
Very well.
also DM, I think I have a duplicate token, and I think it keeps messing up when I try to move my current one.
Oh. How about now?
Oh, thank you.
Ah,
Let me try. Okay, cool. It works.
the classic twin trope. I see. Finally, explained.
Okay. Go ahead and get on the lift. Enjoy your dinner.
Assuming it's this way, right?
Onto the lift.
Just straight run.
Oh,
That way.
That way takes you to the galley.
Right. I knew that.
He did say enjoy our dinner. Smile. We're eating the galley, right?
Just gonna get on the lift.
Lord Hayne's gonna eat with us in the galley.
How thoughtful.
Hooray!
We shall eat amongst our brothers and sisters.
Loaded onto the platform,
True
you hear a
conceit.
sharp whistle and the ring of a bell as the platform lurches and then begins to rise upwards. The audible crank and groan of machinery, the sort of hand-powered machinery that is here, the sort of lift that is being operated by two individuals at top. You hear, as you begin to ascend, you can feel the light rain that is sort of falling.
Ooh, what time of day is it outside?
It is overcast.
Sorry, I'm back.
But it's not nighttime.
It's hard to tell. Actually, Kellen, go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Oh.
18. You've been out in Tyros. You've been out in the wilderness for a long while. It's probably later in the evening, right as the sun is starting to descend. So those last rays of light are what are illuminating the sky behind the clouds. You all are, as you arrive at the top, as the platform comes to a complete stop, there are several armed guards that are waiting. They gesture you forward. And you are being led through the courtyard, a familiar sight for you, Marana, and a somewhat distant memory for the others who had only been brought through here once before being lowered into the earth. That whipping wind, that howl that's here, that fresh rain that is falling is a relief. Some familiarity with the outside sky. And you are led into Hayne Keep proper. Pushed through large double doors into the rather extravagant sort of central greeting area, you would see the flanking stairwell that goes up, the large sort of sprawling couches and chairs that are sat in front of the burning hearth, and the painting of a much younger Hayne, a very stoic and nobleman. You're immediately directed to your left, however, a very familiar sight for you, Marana, as the doors are pushed open. Before you, as you step inside, a rather large and spacious dining room. Large sort of windows or glass adorn the walls, lit momentarily by strikes of lightning and the rumble of thunder in the background. The long stretching table made of dark wood, flanked on either side by very beautiful sort of dark green seated chairs with the fabric sort of sewn in and melded with the wood. At the head of the chair that Hayne had sat in before for you, Marana, this chair of dark brown and greens with this sort of ivory white accent behind him protruding upwards and almost looking like tusks or teeth. Behind that, the roaring hearth that burns, crackling faintly. The guards stepping in, closing the door. You are gestured towards the table.
How many guards are there?
There are 4.
Is Hayne in his armor or is he in finery?
He's not here yet.
Wow. What a piece of shit. Aria will nervously take her seat.
Is there any food on said table?
Not yet. There are 10 chairs in total, 5 on either side of this large table.
How armed are the guards? Are they like normal? Or is it like...
These are probably more different guards than you would remember, at least for the enforcers. The enforcers down there are clad in like chainmail, and they have like sort of cudgels and everything like that. These gentlemen are clad in plate mail and are adorned with long swords.
Yeah, Yuria's definitely strumming the table. See your eyes constantly dart to the heavily armed guards, the empty chair of Hayne, the long swords.
Sildra would sit on the opposite side of the table from Yuria, towards like the center.
DM, I meant to ask you before life struck. How long are the sleeves on Alaric's shirt?
Fairly long.
He's rolled them up to the elbows by now.
Okay.
And he sits beside the biggest side of the group. Are we scattered around the chairs or are we packed together?
We had Silvero sat in the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yuria sat across from her.
I don't know if she
Yes.
would have sat across from Yuria. She doesn't really like her.
Wow.
I
Okay.
said
Alright.
she. I didn't say I. Don't fucking take offense.
I wasn't. I was just laughing. I was like, ooh.
How's Morana looking? Is she dithering? Like, not wanting to sit?
She's very uncomfortable, and her eyes kind of dart to an area of the table. DM, has it been cleaned since the incident?
It has.
All right. Even though there's probably just like the divot of the knife.
Seeing her fear, her apprehension, Alaric reaches up to sort of give her like an awakening pat on the shoulder. Are you alright?
Like her whole body goes stiff as a board. Find yourself here.
Is there any cutlery on the table yet?
There's nothing here yet. It is flat. There is the cloth that adorns the top, but there is no cutlery, no plates, no food.
Morana, whatever he did to you, we are here now. We'll face him together. You're not alone anymore.
There's a strangely touched look for a moment that you have a feeling that even just hearing those words struck a bit of a chord somewhere, and she tries very quickly to recover from that by just kind of sniffing and just, we should take our seats.
Pick your side.
And you know what? Because no one else seems to be willing to do it, and she wouldn't want anyone else to either. She's going to sit where she had previously sat before.
Close to the head of the table.
Okay, Alaric is going to sit at her right side, right?
Right
Yeah.
next to
So
Silvero.
within reach.
Yeah, so
Indeed.
you're between Siluril and Marana.
Colin will take his seat, I suppose. What is left?
There are the chairs at the far end of the table and the two closest to the head.
I'll sit with the group as close as possible, at least together-ish. So
Sat next to Yuria.
yeah, that works.
You have a choice, Sabine. You either sit at the head of the table across from Marana, or you sit on the other side of Yuria or Silvero.
She would see that Marana is shaken, so she would sit across from her and kind of lock eyes with her and give her a nod.
Okay. Fully sat down and waiting. There are several long beats where nothing happens. The crackle of the fire coming from the hearth, sort of creating these dancing shadows, along with the illumination of the lightning through the large windows that are here, the sort of stained glass. Eventually, the doors open. This heave as Lord Hayne pushes both. You would see him not dressed like previously Marana, almost more finely dressed, adorned in this darker colored doublet, where you would see more intricate sort of padding that is there, where let's see. Devlet sits. You would also notice, for you specifically, Sildaril, the symbols of House Ashford along the sort of neck. The two blades that are separate, but when bound together, make the crossed swords. And the sort of stitching along the length of the doublet is this sort of regularly repeating, like, geometric motif in the shape of like small squares, almost like diamonds, across the whole length all the way down. It is this jet black material. Compared to before, he is very finely dressed.
We're still in prisoner garb, aren't we?
No, you have
Silder
very
would stand when he comes in the room as like just a reactionary, like formal thing.
Yeah, same as Sildaril.
Sabine would follow suit.
Seeing the others stand, he does as well. He's like, oh, right.
You have very simple, sort of, probably nicer, commoner clothes. Joining behind him, not more than a few steps, is the figure still clad in the white robes. Hood still pulled up. Lord Hayne grinning wide as he strides forward, the heavy footfall of his boots as he steps. Pulling his chair out. Sit.
Curtsies and sits.
Mm-hmm. Sits as well.
The priest, seeing that all the seats closest to Lord Hayne are taken, sits at the far end of the table. Very gently sitting down, hands folded in and resting on the tabletop. It turns to look at the guards. A small nod is given as the 4 guards nod in return. The doors are opened and they file out. The door is closed. The audible Lord Hayne isn't so much sitting as he is lounging, resting back, one hand resting along the whole length of the armrest, the other one coming up and rubbing along the bottom of his chin, sort of through his beard, as he's watching each and every one of you. You proved yourself more than capable in your most recent endeavor. Color me surprised. I found it perhaps more fitting that you'd have fell in combat. But save for some small cuts. I see that you are more than ready.
For what, my lord?
Dinner?
There's a small laugh. Dinner. He slams his hand on top of the table once. This sort of shaking of the whole thing as the doors open again. And 2 figures, clad in sort of more simple garb, long hanging aprons that rest over the front of their clothes, sort of stained in places, begin to wheel in food. Large plates are sat in front of you, the tops lifted up to reveal like thick slabs of meat. Sort of this spread, very akin to those of you from noble courts, what you would expect during very basic sort of courtly dinners. Marana, your meat would be almost rare.
Of course, of course.
And there is a sort of knowing grin on his face as he lounges back into his chair. Well, do not keep me in suspense. Tell me what happened. I want to know everything.
Yuria pauses, looking around to see if others were going to take the mantle of speaking.
Alaric is elbow deep into his meal. He's not even pretending to like brain check from the conversation. He's just starving, and he's eating like it.
She would be looking down at her own meal, seeing Alaric having to avoid the temptation of doing the exact same thing. She swallows, clears her throat. Is there water or drink?
Yeah, so there's like the pitchers of water that are brought out. There are large bottles of wine. You were given 2 different glasses. You were given a wine glass and like a water glass.
She takes a sip of water and then a very large sip of wine. And then she speaks. As you know, my lord, you let us out into the caves where crystals glowed with fiery tint. We were very careful during our escapade, not knowing what was laid inside, what source we were going to find. Though you seem to have had an idea. Another pause. There were these crustaceans, these crabs, massive in size, adorned with skulls and metals. We were careful to avoid them. Careful and lucky.
Some were wearing the most recent sent here, sent down before us.
Indeed.
There is a wet and gurgle burp that interrupts. Crushed one's head in. Popped it to 100 little bits. It was fucking fantastic, Hayne. You should have seen it.
Yes, that.
He's drinking this, again, the very large like wine glasses he's drinking from it sort of shifts a look to Alaric, gives a small shake of his head and gestures towards you.
Yes, that did happen. Eventually, the crystals provided no light when Alaric popped its head. It was blinding, pitch black. I had to be led by others. I admit I'm not exactly sure what happened through, or what it looked like through that cave.
Alaric is chewing through food, right? And he's waving like a peeled, clean bone around, kind of like loving for everybody to wait for him to very toughly swallow. It was dark. Most of them couldn't see. We led them through some passages and some little hoops and whatnot. The cave was very narrow. And then we got to the things, whatever they were. What do you call them, Julia? Fish things? Or Kellen? Kellen knows, the ranger. And he passes on the conversation.
Sahagan, he says, like trying to kind of keep his mouth, discreet in this case as he chews on something.
Those fucking fish things. Horrible. Should have seen what they did to your men. Inhuman.
Sabine keeps her eyes forward and down, cutting small bites.
Yes. I admit I don't know much about them. After we had crossed a very perilous chasm where we admittedly lost some of our equipment, we came across dead men leading into their ritual site.
Now he leans forward. There is a invested interest now, sort of leaned in watching.
I don't know much about them, admittedly, but I knew what the rest of my group wanted to do by their approach. I believe it was Alric and Siluriel who took point, approaching the trio, looking to sneak up on them.
There were only 3.
Yes.
He nods.
Her brow quirks, but she continues. Of course, they spotted Alaric and Siluriel, heard their footsteps, I suppose, and that is when the fighting began. 2 warriors.
Very skilled.
Not too skilled. After all, they were just fish people. They do not know of our tactics.
Perhaps not, but...
Nor do they possess the human spirit.
There's a audible scoff at that comment. Continue.
She shrugs. There isn't much else to tell. You saw the outcome. We dispatched them, eventually. Supposedly, whatever they were doing stopped with their death. There was also some sort of man there, but I do not know what they did with him. He was dead when we found him.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check with advantage.
That dirty 20, though.
With the 2 warriors, what did the other one look like?
Ah. Well, as you seem to have correctly surmised, or at least knew, I suppose it was a female. It was not quite as sturdy as them. It sat in the middle of the ritual, spouting some wet gibberish. It looked angry from what I could tell. It had a humanoid face, though its eyes lacked, well, irises, and it had scales all over itself.
It was the one wearing that mantle that we brought back as a trophy.
Indeed.
And she used magic on us.
There's that wide grin again. The other hand sort of flatly pressing itself to the top of the table before curling inwards into a tight fist. Then that is the last of them. Good. I had grown tired of their assaults on the Bastille and my ships. It is a weight off of my shoulders for those interfering devils to be gone.
Oh. You knew then what you were sending us to find?
I did say it was a test, did I not?
You did, my lord.
Holds her tongue.
Hmm.
Just puts another bite in her mouth before she says anything.
Did they beg? They often do when in the Bastille, when they're cornered. Did they beg for their lives?
There's a pause where she was about to turn to her food, and then he asked, and she has to set down her. Do we have utensils, actually?
Yeah.
Okay. She has to set down her fork.
They wept.
She got angry when we felled the others.
And then Alaric dispatched her with his hammer.
There's that sort of sadistic grin that presses over Lord Hayne's face at the mention that they wept.
Uria's eyes turn to the robed figure, seeing if she can get a glance of his or her take on the story.
Looking at them, their hands, their fingers laced together, and they've been listening the entire time. But as like you sort of turn to get a glance at them, there's a very small nod in your direction. It doesn't appear if they have any sort of emotions pertaining to this, they're hiding it very well.
Well, they have a cloak on their head, so yeah, that's fair.
Eat. You've earned it. Despite your removal of my trophy. And he goes quiet, turning to his own meal and beginning to eat.
Fittingly, just as he says the removal of my trophy, Alaric is biting down into a piece of bone, kind of gearing to the marrow, and there's that loud, dislocating noise as his jaw sets in the bite. It's a guilty sound, right? Not because of how it sounds, but rather the moment at which it's elicited. And Alaric looks at him and then slurps the bone marrow.
Brr.
Bring another plate for Crovane.
Uria is doing the opposite, where Alaric is consuming everything he can find. Uria, to put on the, after going through the lie of a story, to give it more realism, she's more like picking through it, like somebody does when they suddenly have lost their appetite. Only eating when Hayne seems distracted, or taking small bites of this and that, trying to fill her hunger without making it apparent.
Without looking too desperate.
Indeed.
Very
Yeah.
well.
I feel you there.
There's a good...
Marana mainly strays away from the meat, just for that insult.
There, if he sees you like avoiding it, he sort of leans in close, just enough, seeing as you're already so close, leans in enough just to whisper, "Would you prefer that I bring you a live one?"
If he leans in to talk to her, I want a perception check.
Sure.
Everyone leans in.
How close am I to this?
Seeing as he's leaning away from you, he's leaning towards you. Are you leaned in towards her?
I'd say it's more like it might be within the reach of Alaric's ears, but he's distracted, so maybe at disadvantage.
Sure.
Oh no.
Like he's not paying attention, right?
Does a 21 pick it up?
Yike.
Hold on. Let me roll for him real quick.
Time to roll a slate of tongue.
Why do you have to put that image of that skill in my brain?
You're welcome. Psychic damage.
You would hear him talking to her. With his, hold on, let me reference my little layout real quick. You would catch bits and pieces of it, both of you would. Offering to catch her something fresh. Hold on.
Yeah. He's like, hold on. Sleight of tongue. Meh.
You're welcome.
Kieran will remember this.
Had to let out the boy. He was screaming.
Oh. But yes, with that, she'll make a pointed stab into the meat and cut a slice.
I'd like to do insight on Hayne to see if he is actually more concerned with the violence of the story or if he's just asking these questions
Sure, roll me an insight check.
to put us off guard. Much like the way she is trying to put him off guard.
This figure already wielding that hostility towards the party isn't as guarded in this moment, right? When there's that moment when he's like, and they wept, they cried, there was like genuine satisfaction in that moment. It appears he believes you.
Wonderful.
Watching you stab into the meal, he leans back, a satisfied look on his face. I must say, I'm quite impressed for a group of nobodies.
There's a vicious stab at her meal.
Oh, with all due respect, you are nobodies. Second son of a High Lord. A member of an order that's dying. A sickly girl. A concubine playing at knighthood. A ward who's never truly known her family. And a daughter seeking a past so far from home. You are nobodies. But here, in the Order, you could be somebody.
The what? The Order?
I'm glad that you can hear, Crovane. That is what I said. That test, your slaying of this shaman, bringing back her mantle, destroying what remained of her people, that was the test. And you passed. He grins wide again. I am here to offer you an invitation into the court of the Iron Duke. He watches all of you.
What's an Iron Duke?
He gives a small nod. Not what. Who?
Then who is the Iron Duke?
A figure of immense power. One who would see Tyros changed for the better. To prop up crumbling houses. And if he was so generous, to restore falling orders. He looks at you very pointedly.
He he stares back with his silver eyes, just like, not glaring, but just kind of an intense look. And how would this Iron Duke do all of that?
By reshaping the land. By taking out those that are the festering rot of our courts.
There's a slight chuckle, very soft, that emanates from Yuria.
He looks at you.
Her eyes lift from her food. Is that really what all this is about? You should have approached me with invitations, not chains, Lord Hayne. Why are you inviting a foreigner into the affairs of Tyros?
Why is a foreigner here in Tyros? Searching for something, aren't you?
I am.
There's a wide grin. Serve in the Iron Duke's court, and the answers you seek will be yours, and a foothold for your father.
She leans forward. A foothold.
There's a small nod as he leans forward.
You would invite Careso into this continent? Are you sure even your Iron Duke wants that?
Oh, he does.
Sorry, go ahead.
It is at this point that Alaric has ceased eating.
From whence does this Iron Duke's power come?
A being as powerful as the Iron Duke needn't get his power from anywhere but himself. And if you serve in his court, his power will be yours.
Is he at least from here, Hayne?
He nods.
Alaric motions idly for the symbols of Rowfield on him. Sorry, Ashford. Does he fly those colors as well?
He is higher than any High Lord. Especially the Ashfords.
You're cutting out.
Especially the Ashfords.
And do the Ashfords follow him? Does my grandfather bend to him, not the king?
Yes.
Ah. And so that is why you wear those colors.
There's a raised brow. Trying to understand if you're insinuating anything else.
He is. He's calling him a traitor.
Mm. The brow settles. His grin stays wide. I figured if anyone, a second son with no chance at inheritance, no chance at the title of High Lord, would be eager for such a thing.
Wherefore honor in such a thing? To simply seize power is an empty affair. Aren't we supposed to earn it?
You earn it by strength.
Those are old laws, Hayne. The world has changed.
He watches you for several long beats before shifting his attention to you, Kellen. Would you not see your order brought back from the brink of extinction?
Does it mean bowing to somebody who allies themselves with the Morlings?
The Morlings are but a tool, Aldane. Just like your bow, just like his mace.
Yes, but the Morlings serve, or rather, follow the whims of a betrayer goddess. Which leads me to believe that if you have the power to control them, that perhaps this Iron Duke is some lieutenant of Morin.
Gallivanting with some weak goddess. Not the Iron Duke. Her grasp on her creations is weak. The influence of others. If your order had been stronger, you would learn to control them as well.
So you're saying your Iron Duke has no master, follows no god?
No. He bends to no one.
And what would you have of us then?
His fingers laced together, sort of sitting up in his chair. Looking now to the priest who sat at the end of the table. They also are now more transfixed in this conversation. You will swear yourself to the Iron Duke. As such, you will see an improvement in your arms and armaments. And you will be unleashed unto the world to usher in the change, starting in the Yetinmore.
I want to meet him.
There's a wide grin.
Before I make my decision. Despite your words, Lord Hayne, I am not a no one. And my inheritance can see both Careso in Tyros, if I accept, and Tyros in Careso. Shademore is mostly human, after all. I am too valuable to be persuaded by one of his puppets.
Then the mouth of the Iron Duke shall suffice until you swear, the priest says.
Her eyes alight as her face turns towards the robed one. Ah. And so your purpose is revealed.
You come from very curious places, Uria Ithilian. But I understand the hesitation. You perhaps more than the others. But if it is a meeting with the Iron Duke you desire, it can be arranged once you have sworn.
I wouldn't wish to speak for everyone, but this is a big ask. We may need some time to think on it.
Think while your people die in the wilderness, Greywatch.
A few days will make no difference, I suspect.
The sort of left side of his face curling up, sort of showing that one elongated canine as he's grinning. Or so smirking. The voice of the Iron Duke looks to the rest of you.
Was it him, Hayne? Elric looks directly at the Baron.
Hayne raises a brow.
Was it him who turned you?
No. The weakness in Tyros, the failings of the High King, in all of his subservient High Lords. The falling of Tyros, the weakening of man, that is what turned me.
You speak true. The king has given the lords of his realm many liberties. But must we fall for such folly, Hayne? Swear ourselves to something so empty and misguided as power? Again, Bahamut answers our prayers. Once more the gods hear us. We see it every day now. They have forgiven us. They're back. And we cast such favor so easily away. Betray them so soon after they've returned.
You can see what is sort of visible disgust at the comment of gods returning. After they let our people suffer for hundreds, nay, thousands of years. The gods only care for themselves. You would be
We
wise.
betray them.
Betrayal. You listen too closely to the folk tales, the stories told by elders. They betrayed us.
They gave us life. We were nothing before they came to us. We were raised with their virtues, their views, their sympathy and rage. Those emotions that you have are theirs, their gift. We've walked this path of ruin before. What did it do to us? It split our home in half.
You can see him sort of teeth gritted, sort of pushing his tongue between us, almost of like biting it down. And this grimace that's formed on his face, the deep furrowed brows, the hands curled tightly into these white knuckle grips on nothing.
Forget the king. He's a fool anyway. You're betraying Tyros, its people.
I am seeing Tyros saved before it falls.
How? By selling it away to elves? And Alaric will grab the nearest rag, bundle it in his fist, and throw it at Juria's face.
It's a sort of a distasteful like scoff as she like moves, takes the rag, pinching it, and sort of plops it next to the floor.
You know nothing of what lies over that ocean. I do not invite elves. I invite humans. I invite man back to take what is its.
This land is yet in our grip, and you're giving it away.
What does this ideal world look like in your eyes?
You can see the sort of heavy rise and fall of the chest, the sort of shoulders tense. I would see Tyros united, not squabbling over borders, not betraying one another. I would see them brought under one unified rule, under the rule of the Iron Duke.
The king will not bend,
Then he will break.
and Tyros with him.
Sets her silverware down. Just quiet.
If what you say is true, you would have to kill or subjugate more than likely half of all living people on this continent.
His
This Iron
hands.
Duke rule over a kingdom of corpses.
There are many that are wise enough to know when there is defeat at their door. Pride is apparent in Tyros, but it can be pushed aside.
By your words, this Iron Duke comes from across the oceans, then?
No, he is here.
Yuria would be looking to Silveril, to Morana, to Sabine, the quiet ones, judging their faces, their emotions, if they have them.
Sabine's face is blank. She's keeping it right to the chest.
Miranda seems to be like lips pursed tightly, just kind of unblinkingly watching between Alaric and Lord Hayne.
Solarel's just listening. Blank face as she eats at her food.
If it is time, if it is what you wish to consider, the Iron Duke is more than kind enough to bestow upon you a number of days to consider.
The boy's words are like an abstract thing at the periphery of Alaric's thoughts. He's staring directly at Hayne, and he regards him with the impeccable way of a man who said all he means to say. Exhaling roughly, he looks to Yuria momentarily, apologetically, as he can manage it looking so lean and angry, and sits back down.
You see Yuria doesn't seem offended or upset. Her eyes are darting around. You can see calculations, thought on this, and perhaps even an ounce of trepidation.
Sabine reaches up and rubs her temple. At the amount of information given, she lets out a sigh. I don't even have to imagine what happens if we refuse. Probably an accident in the mines.
A worthier fate.
Didn't say yes. I'm just saying it's overly complicated, especially for those of us who have already taken oaths to orders. I won't be an oath breaker. What type of servant would that be?
Those that belong to orders. Serve the Iron Duke, and you would see your order rise above the others. You would see them brought back to their glory. That statement said very pointedly at Kellen.
Oh, but what do concubines playing at nights have to gain? She'll look him directly in the eyes.
Respect.
What is it you would even have us do, my lord? Why are you trying so hard to recruit nobodies?
As I said, you will go into the Etenmore, equipped, and you will deal with those that stand in the way of the Iron Duke.
Don't you already have your champions?
Champions for my arena. Nothing more than a means of passing time. But you six. In you, they see something special. As do I. An opportunity to rise above your station. To become more.
You cut out.
To become more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, you've been cutting out a lot for me.
Or just like the end of the sentences get cut off, but yeah. And what would swearing to this Iron Duke entail? It sounds almost like an oath. Something that would be more binding than words, I suspect.
Your allegiance. It'll be up to the Iron Duke to decide how you swear yourself.
And perhaps we should not squander the generous gift of time the speaker has granted us.
You
Is
can
kind of looking at the mouth of the rope figure.
Indeed. Fingers still laced together. They show like no visible outward emotions. Just as you regard them, they give you a small nod in return. If these 6 wish to take their time, you will have it.
Besides, if we jumped at the opportunity, that would seem a bit suspicious anyway, I suspect. Nothing worth doing is decided in a moment.
Well, finish your meals. You have much to consider. The robed figure stands up, brushing their hands down the full length of their robes. They turn and begin making their way to the door, and just as they're at the doors are already opening. They walk through. Lord Hayne, setting his sort of cutlery down, pushes himself up to stand, craning his neck from side to side as you hear the audible sort of pops that ring out. You have 3 days. He turns, begins making his way out. Once they have finished their meals, search them and send them back to their cells. The doors close.
Just as they close, very indignantly, Alaric throws his fork into his plate and slumps back into the chair. Mulling for words. Eventually, just a fancied way to rob a man of his soul this meal, isn't it? I'd rather be thieved honest with mask and dagger than have some bloodless bastard under a hood come at me with rhetoric and empty fucking promises.
It does sound a bit too good to be true.
Because it is.
Is there anyone else in the room, or is it just us?
Just you guys.
How did they know who I was? She asks, but it's clear that it's mostly to herself.
In his order, law, this court, they knew much about all of us.
You truly think it is Hayne? Who knows? Have you not been listening? He's just a pawn. He knows only as much as they tell him.
Careful.
I know. I know.
I am concerned, but Perhaps we should avail ourselves of what we can of this food and get back so we can think properly.
And Yuria does just that, having her food been delayed long enough. She quickly starts to feast.
Feasting.
What has Sildero been thinking this entire time?
She's just been taking it all in. And, she's trying to discern just like everyone's intentions with listening to him speak.
Any visible emotions on her face?
There would have been like disdain when there was fighting between the two, but other than that, nope.
You have your meal to consume, everybody. What are you all doing?
Feasting.
Alric's done. He's just molding, essentially.
You were brought a second plate, by the way.
Oh, he ate that too.
Oh, okay.
Well, hold on. He half ate it, right? And then he stopped eating as betrayal became, spoken of so publicly.
Mm-hmm.
I ate the entire 5 gallons of mayonnaise.
She would sit back. What is it with people trying to, hey, join my group because, you've got nothing going for you. Your orders are shit. That's pretty much what they're saying.
Do they all say that?
You're nothing. Common indoctrination. Make you feel like you're worthless and they can offer you something, make you something more.
I find that most power that is so easy to grasp is the same kind that will cut your hand. But they have given us time to think about it. We should take that time.
Those of you that wish, you finish your meals. More full than you have ever felt in the time that you've been here. An actual sustaining meal. The itis kicks in.
Yes.
Eventually, 2 guards in their plate mail open the door, as if checking after about 45 minutes. Seeing that most of you are done, what have you. You are risen from your chairs, thoroughly searched. If any of you are attempting to hide anything, I need a sleight of hand roll. If nobody is doing so, you are searched.
I'm thinking.
Well, I need to know.
She would try to take a knife with her.
Roll me a sleight of hand check, please.
Oh, buddy, here we go. Oh, not bad, actually.
But is it good enough?
Give me just a moment. It is. How are you hiding this blade?
What am I wearing?
You told me it's very common clothes. So what would commoner clothes on her look like?
Well, probably if they weren't, they'd probably be very baggy, right? She's a very lithe woman and tall. So assuming they weren't fitted right, they would seem both it would seem like her limbs are too long, and at the same time, the garb is too baggy for the parts that it does cover. Are they going to try? Do they try to strip? She would probably hide it within the baggy part of her clothes. Right?
They don't try to strip you. It is a very firm sort of pat down.
Okay.
But it appears one of the guards, when searching you, wasn't thorough enough.
When they attempt to search her, she would try to distract them. As soon as they get near like her chest, she'd hide it like basically in between what she has of a bosom. And as soon as they reach that area, she would go, "Do you think they will be feeding us like that in the future?"
The guard sort of mid-pat lets his arms fall to the side. They feed us well enough. But, we're loyal to Hayne.
Of course. Just wondering, will we be keeping these? And she basically continues to ask silly questions about their new position. The typical...
Yes, no.
Exactly.
All right. Not availed of your weapon. The party is escorted into the main greeting room and escorted out into the courtyard where the rain is there to greet you. The crackle of thunder above as lightning ripples through the dark rolling clouds. That familiar cold air rushing to meet you, the howl of wind that bites through. You are put back onto the platform and begins to descend into the black cells. It is now the 23rd of God's Night. And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
Let's go.
Damn, man. What a fucking session.
Oof. That's a lot of oof going on.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for playing.
Yay.
A more RP heavy session. No combat this time, but hopefully an enjoyable one.
There was a lot of combat.
Emotional combat.
So we're playing tomorrow, right?
If we can, actually. I believe people have plans, right?
Yeah, I believe Marana has plans.
Oh, I thought it was.
Sirik.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said you
Sirik
made
has
plans over
plans.
the weekend.
Well, yeah, now I did. After that.
Sunday, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what's going on tomorrow. I don't know.
If it's late in the night, I can be here on Friday. But I believe Marana made plans because I thought I couldn't.
That's essentially what happened.
That's fine. Then we'll pick it up next week.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Unless there's any objections to us playing on the 18th of February, which is the next Friday.
I'm good.
Alaric,
Solid.
you're the one I'm most concerned about.
Yeah, next Friday I'll be here.
Perfect.
Should be fine. Yeah, after this weekend, I'm pretty much good to go.
Wunderbar. So no Secrets of Eurus game, but next week we will have episode 9 of Cometh the Fall.
Finally, we're catching up.
The Iron Duke.
Episode 9. Still level 1.
Actually, thank you for reminding me. As you guys are descending, you guys are level 2 now.
Yay.
Huzzah.
We have villagers' clothes. That makes us more powerful.
You will be taking max hit points for level 2.
Shit.
Oh,
Nice.
Okay.
If any of you have to pick any archetypes or subclasses, please let me know what.
I don't gets a shift, levels up.
I don't think anybody gets a subclass. I might be wrong.
Level 2? Unless you're like
Some classes are really weird, so some get him at 1, some get him at 2, some get him at 3.
Sorcerers and clerics and things like that.
Yeah.
But if that's fine, over the week, I'm going to leave Foundry up and stuff like that to allow you guys to adjust your character sheets to level 2.
Nice.
I'll do that.
I'll be here to help you. So we can get that all settled and done once this is over, unless you'd like to do it now.
Oh my goodness, I get my smite.
Yeah, that'll do you a lot of good when you're magically impaired.
If we'd like to do it now, just for the sake of everybody's sanity, let me take a quick piss, and then we'll be right back for the level up.
Woo! Let me take a quick whiz.
Whee!
Now I too am armed like a crab.
Nice.
Crabs don't have arms.
I am armed. These crabs do. They have your arms.
No, I don't. I didn't die.
They're gonna have them. They're coming.
Oh, I can zoom now. I can go fast.
Dear God.
Hello.
I'm just gonna hand the knife to Marana. Go commit crime.
Go do crime. Go do a fucking shiv. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
90 feet per round. Just like in the crabs in chat. Holy shit.
My legions.
And that's all I get at second level. Nice.
Ooh. You know what I get at second level?
Invocation.
Woo!
Trust me, I know. Stares at pile of warlocks in the corner. Just keep collecting them.
Stop it. Stop selling your soul.
I return.
I can't.
Hi.
Iron
you
Puke.
just-
More like Iron Puke. All right, Zebus.
Kill him.
Cool bad guy name. You fucking... Ew. Lame.
Ew.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I think you guys answered this, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think dinner went?
Solid 6.
A solid in-laws came over for Thanksgiving
Ooh.
and cooked nothing.
Talk about politics or no talk about politics?
Absolutely. I mean, this entire thing
Oh.
was nothing but politics. They came in.
Religion. And religion.
They walked in the door with a mega hat at the ready.
Oh no.
Slapping that on.
That's gonna be a fat one from Alaric.
How do y'all figure this new time limit will play out with the plans of helping the fishies?
Yep.
Helping the fishies. I mean,
One's gonna happen before the other.
To be honest, I think Alaric, before he spoke to Hayne and all of this became clear, his intentions, he was more than ready to betray the fishes and be like, yeah, use it somehow in his advantage. Because in his mind, Hayne all of this was his idea. He was just a baron who wanted to become a count, and he had some lofty notions, and he was playing some moves, playing the politics. He never thought, never, ever believed that he was gunning for the
Reason.
king. when he thought, oh, Hayne cut a deal, Alaric thought, oh, okay.
You cut out. It continues to cut out. I don't know if he left.
Oh no.
Or just his internet dead. Ugh.
I, on the other hand, had a great time. That was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed it.
All right, let's hope some people level up.
People.
Can you guys hear me?
We can now.
Now we can.
Sorry, my net died. Where did it die?
Good question.
Oh, shit. My brain moved on to helping people level up. Talking about you thought he had cut a deal.
Oh, yeah. Did he cut out again?
No, I don't think so. Or maybe he's just chilling.
Are you sure?
That's hilarious.
He returns just to disappear
Megan?
again.
Lost jam? Nope.
Okay, attempt number 3.
Hello.
So, what Alaric believed of Hayne is that Ashford had sanctioned his moves against Rogue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
God.
And there he goes
You
again.
keep cutting out, brother. I'm sorry.
One day.
I think the TLDR here is once he heard that it's like, oh, you're not doing this with any official guidelines. It's just you're going rogue.
Yeah, I am really sorry. My net here is awful.
You don't got to apologize
That's
to
okay.
me.
But once the
TLDR.
treason word comes out,
Alaric just thought that Hayne was making some political move, and he was ready to get himself involved in them in some way, right? Even if it was at the expense of the fish people. But when he found out that he's actually gunning for the king and he's serving some other patriarch, then no, he couldn't. He couldn't go against that. That's just straight up treason, right? There's no wiggling out of that.
How would you like to level up? Through Foundry or through D&D Beyond? Alaric.
D&D Beyond, but before we do that, you remember I asked you if I could select Blessed Warrior, but rather than have access to the cleric spell list for cantrips, get the druids instead.
Oh. Yeah, I was fine with that. That's fine.
Neat.
So go ahead and fill out your stuff in D&D Beyond. I sent you the campaign link in CTF Talks. So you'll go ahead and make a character in there, get it all up to square, and then import it into your Foundry list. Again, max hit points for level 2. Kellen, Foundry or D&D Beyond?
I'll probably just use Foundry.
Okay. Do you need any help with leveling up?
No, I just have a fighting style to pick and some spells. That's about it.
Good stuff. Marana?
hi, yes. I have leveled her up in D&D Beyond. If I re-import the D&DB character sheet, would it get rid of the stuff that's already on my sheet?
It will. Is there anything that's...
Well,
all of this come from your D&D Beyond initially? Was there anything we
yeah.
had to add?
The Tarosian sign language I changed.
That's fine. You'll just have to change that again.
All right, need a burrito. Because I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever leveled up. Does it automatically bring in things like cunning action when I level up in Foundry? Or no?
I believe if you drag over Rogue from the class SRD, which is in the book on the right.
I was like,
Yeah, top right, you should see compendium packs next to the cog. You should see one called classes.
Classes, SRD. Yes, I
Open
see
that
it
up
now.
and you should see rogue. I don't believe it has the archetypes. I believe you'd have to go to DDB classes.
I can see, but I could just drag over cunning action and just drop it there, right?
You should be able to drag whatever type of rogue you are over.
Well, I don't get into level 3.
Oh, okay. Then yeah.
Okay. Neat.
Bring whatever else comes with it too. So it should adjust your sneak attack if it gets an increase or anything like that. Sabine. D&D Beyond?
I'm doing D&D Beyond.
Are you doing it right now? Perfect.
Yep.
Silduro.
Foundry, please.
Okay. Let's see. Fighter. Let's pull up your character sheet. I do not believe you get your fighting or your archetype until level 3.
I just get action surge.
Bad. So we're going to drag fighter over and make you a level 2 and give you action surge and second wind.
Wait, why do I can't just level them up in my sheet?
What do you mean?
I have to make a whole nother token or a whole nother sheet?
No. It should be on your sheet right now.
Very confused.
I see the naval.
Hold on. One more time, Silduro.
I mean, I know, like, I see that, but I didn't do anything. So, like, I'm confused.
Go to the top right.
Oh my god. I see it in my sheet.
I know.
I'm saying I don't know how I became level 2. I want to know how I became level 2 so I can do it next time when
That's
we
what I'm telling
level
you. Go to the top right. You should see a little thing called compendiums next to the cog.
Okay.
You should see one called DDB classes.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
When you open it, is anything listed?
Yeah.
You should be able to scroll down, and when you reach level 3, you see Psy Warrior.
Yeah.
You will drag that into your sheet.
Weird. Okay.
And go ahead and your hit point max is 12. Go ahead and effectively double your hit points.
Okay.
Another thing. None of you are wearing rough spun clothing anymore. You have common clothes instead of your prisoner garb.
Woo! What does that get us?
Shoes, mostly.
My God.
Some of us have food.
I'm glad I built a repertoire of being intimidating so no one tries to steal my shoes.
You can't be very intimidating if you're dead.
My poor shoes.
They'd have to kill me.
So yeah, we should also remove all the stuff that we got from our sheet.
I will be
Or
removing that.
Okay.
Your equipment and stuff like that.
Okay.
And Yuria, D&D Beyond or Founder?
Foundry, my good boy. Let's keep it on one page.
Good stuff. Did you hear my previous instructions?
Yeah, I'm at DDB classes. Do I drag the Hexblade Warlock or just the generic Warlock?
When do you get your archetype?
Level 1.
Oh.
That's why I have it.
Then yes, you're Hexblade.
All right. Yeah, I already have it, so I just drag that over. Wow.
It's 2 separate ones. That's weird.
Hold up. You lied to me.
Say, wait a minute. Yeah, I think for level 2, you don't actually get another feature. Actually, you get your invocations, but you don't get anything for Hexblade.
So I'm a Hexblade who's now multi-classed into a Hexblade.
Yeah, you're listed as
What do I
Hexblade
do?
twice. We're gonna delete this top one. You should be level 1 again. It didn't adjust anything. Now slap the Hexblade, the same one you just drag it on there again.
The same one.
Yeah.
Ah.
Perfect. And your hit
Yeah.
points are doubled. So you should have 20 hit points now.
I do.
So yeah, you're gonna get another spell known, woo, and another spell slot, woo.
Something tells me you've done this before.
A
You have-
lot.
You have to adjust my AC with my dex since we switched the dex and the strength around.
Indeed. Your AC should be fine.
It's still at 11 on the little template thing.
Little template. Your sheet says 13.
I think they're talking about the overlay.
Oh! I'll be getting with Momo for that.
That's okay.
Ooh. Good boy. Good idea. But that's not what we're aiming for this run. Unless the RP demands it. But I doubt it.
Dual wielding hex blades. Holy shit.
No. Sounds good. But that's not Yuria. That's a different hexblade. In a different Hayne's key.
Some different Uria.
This is Bane's key.
Somewhere the Arcanist is just freaking out. There's like, oh god, there's 2 of them. Which means there's 3 total.
Ooh,
Oh no.
it's like that final scene in like Bioshock Infinite where there's just like a million units running around in different clothes.
All right. Let's remove
Silly Girl's nightmare.
Hey dog, I heard you like hex blades.
Maybe.
remove that.
We're gonna be jumping. We're gonna be jumping out of Hexblade. I think level 3.
Into some quirky sorcerer. All right.
That's right. I can run out of spells and people can be like, the wizard, he's out of spells, get him. And then I start stabbing.
Hiya!
And then I started swinging.
Just reminds me of early levels Oberon. With his dagger.
The knife wizard. The knife wizard.
I cast Shank.
You joke.
He gets hit once, dead.
The Ex-Anima run.
Okay.
But it really was. I'm out of spell slots. Time to shiv.
I think everybody's character sheets are adjusted. I will get with Momo to adjust the overlay to better reflect everybody's level 2 status. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Ooh, where do I find invocations in Foundry?
Let's see.
Just like a 2 of them. That's pretty neat, isn't it? We're gonna get a little fucky.
Go to Class Features SRD or DDB Class Features.
I'm in the DBDBB.
Oh yeah, if you click on it, and it takes you to another window with the invocations on it.
Oh, Eldritch Invocations?
Yeah. So yeah, if you do that SRD thing, click Warlock, go down where it says Eldritch Invocations, click on that, it pops open another screen, and it has all the invocations.
Wait, it does? I just see the...
Are you clicking on the SRD or the DDB?
I'm in the DDB.
Oh, you're in DDB.
Go to SRD.
Yeah, this is SRD. Sorry.
Ah,
I was confused. Sorry.
you're good. I click it.
Oh, I'm not good. My neck still has decided no.
Ooh, I see them all. My eyes have been opened.
Remember, you can only take some. There are requirements
know.
for others. Let's see. Ranger at level 2. What do you get?
Justin.
In the kitchen. You get a fighting style and 2 spells.
What fighting style are you taking?
I took 2 up in fighting. And I'm looking at spells, but I know where to drag them from, so I got this.
2 weapon fighting. Okay.
The fighting
ha-
style I took was protection.
Well, I had archery from my fighting initiate level first, so
Can I make an off-color joke? Of course, the concubine would take the protection style.
Hey, don't knock it. It's
Blah, blah,
pretty
blah, blah, blah.
handy.
Huh.
I
I'm-
know.
I effectively became
Huh.
Uncle Oswald.
Alaric's taking the Blessed Warrior fighting style. Sildura, what fighting style are you taking?
What?
Your fighting style.
I already have one, don't I? I get it at level 1.
Oh, you do? Oh. Fighters are odd.
Well, we're fighters, so I hope we'd get something at level 1.
All right.
I think fighting style is pretty okay to get level 1.
She gets action surge, which is nice.
Is it possible to use another player as a weapon, and who could use whom? Not in this campaign, I'm afraid, good boy. If in any future campaigns anybody wants to play a half giant, potentially.
Yeah.
So if I have
boy.
finesse and like short swords, I can't pick up my party member's short sword and attack with it?
I think he was talking about using the actual party member themselves.
Oh, player.
Yeah.
Oh, I read player's weapon. I was like, that's weird.
Like grabbing somebody by the legs and swinging them like a flail.
That's even more absurd.
My other character might be able to do that.
As a bear, maybe.
Damn.
25 strength. Oh yeah, pick up anything I want now.
There's still limitations.
Nah.
Size is one of them.
I will turn into a giant elk and pick them up by the nape of their necks and throw them as a weapon.
Damn, Oberon, you looking pretty flingable right now.
Hey, just picking up the wizard like a
You
wet
do be
cat.
looking a little flingable. You kind of fucked up right now.
Oh, I imagine it's only going to get worse for that man. Only going to get worse. Never better.
Mm.
I forgot how, like, visceral that scene with the Hulk is. Like,
Yeah. Like, oh god, ow.
that final slam where, like, his whole body lurches and then relaxes. I'm like, ooh.
Pain. Pain. Is there a way to look at available warlock spells in Foundry, or do I need
You'd probably have to go to 5e tools.
the no-no place, the forbidden zone? Wizards of the Coast, if you're watching this, close your ears. You didn't hear that. We would
Copyright
never
struck.
use such. We would never use such
No!
disgusting, flagrant, completely illegal sites like 5e tools. Never.
You're making it worse.
I know.
But yeah, what spells do you know already?
I know.
Unless you don't want to say, that's fine.
No,
too.
no, it's fine. I know. Shouldn't have that. I know Shield and Arms of Hadar. It says I know Hex. I don't know why it says I know no Hex.
Oh,
I
you
shouldn't
have
Hex.
you have Hexblade's Curse, but you don't have Hex.
Correct.
So that's weird. Hex is a good one though.
Hex is a good
Why do you have Hex?
one. Good question.
Because funny enough, Hexblade's Curse also works with Hex, the spell. So you can essentially double up.
The
I'm asking where it came from, though. I don't think Yuri should have it.
I shouldn't.
Eldritch Smite's pretty slick.
Caleb.
What?
If I copy my sheet from D&D Beyond, it'll probably delete everything you have here.
It'll wipe over anything, so it'll replace like the Worn Pickaxe, the Primidium Manacles, all all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's easy enough to just slap back into your sheet because it's a separate item.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like I handwrite it for every single character. I have an item preset.
Yeah, I think you need to slap them back on my character.
I hope it doesn't delete the token image and all that. Though.
Why do you have Hex?
I just deleted it.
I was trying to figure out what could have gave it to you.
I think
It was me.
it's because I changed my mind.
Stop that.
It's because I changed my mind, lol.
It
Put
was.
it in there.
I put Hex in there, and then I was like, no, you know what? I want Arms of Hadar instead. Forget being meta.
Nice.
I did that.
Well,
God
so
dang it, Romo! Getting
Get
into
'em.
them goddamn character sheets.
Are you keeping the name the same?
Lolex T.
No.
Good to know.
You fuck nerd.
Good.
Oh, did you see that?
I did.
Wonderful. Thanks, Hayne. Get out of my character sheet. Stop reading my bio, bro.
What's happening? Why are you
Nothing.
being weird? Stop it.
Weird champ.
Oh,
You're being strange.
man is punching.
Are you me da?
Man is
A
punching.
day of water.
What's wrong with you?
What's the matter? What's wrong?
What is happening?
We are slowly but quickly losing the plot.
How
Madness.
can you do it slowly and quickly?
Yes. Slowly
doesn't
because
make
it's a
sense.
slide, but quickly because it's coming up faster than you expected. I don't know. My brain is yellow after today, my friend.
That doesn't make sense. Someone alert the guards. This doesn't make sense.
I've got to do nothing faster.
I've got a juice box. Ow.
Oh, can I have juice box?
It's tasty.
Juice, 100% apple juice. Wow.
And sugar.
Sponsored.
It says
Stop.
no added sugar.
Rogue Energy now comes in a juice box.
That'd be pretty funny. Lol.
Do you guys need my help with anything else?
I don't think so. I have my invocations. I got my one extra spell. Oh wait, no, I don't. I lied.
Lied. Liar.
Well then, congratulations on reaching level 2.
Yay.
It's been 50 years.
Close.
It's been 9 sessions, bro.
It feels very deserved.
I dread to wonder how long it's gonna be. You know how we were like, yeah, bro, like we'd have to fuck up really hard to be level 3 and still in Haynes Keep. I'm kind of monk-assing right now.
I mean, you guys have a plan now. You technically have 2 plans.
We had a great preamble, and now it's unfolding.
Instant.
Well, that's how these things are.
I was about to say.
Solar has no interest in joining this cult.
I have a thing on my
She
forehead.
just wants
that
to
says you
fight
can't.
Hayne in the fucking arena.
Sabine has inner cackling because, for us being nobodies, you sure made a lot of effort to dig up all this information.
What are you talking about? Hayne would never gaslight us.
Hayne? Gasly?
No. A mixture of gaslighting and Stockholm syndrome.
Gaslight,
It's so
girl
funny
boss.
because Solar had a level of respect, right? It's like a respect your enemy kind of thing. But now that she found out that he's just a pawn, she's like, ugh, I tire of him.
Exactly.
I don't like this douchebag.
Alaric had a thing approaching respect for him. And then, whew,
He's a
Gone.
pawn. I want an Oreo, like, sleeping bag the size of, like, a bed. So I can be the filling.
What the fuck?
Ew.
Wow.
What? I think that would be great.
No, it's just
That sounds
Just
like
a
something
big circle blanket.
What if
With,
you
like,
got like
another-
a
cats.
sleeping bag that looks like a taco, and then you're like the taco meat?
I have a blanket that looks like a taco, and I just slide into it.
What the
I'm
fuck?
The outfit that Tywin Lannister is wearing is what best mirrors what Lord Hayne was wearing.
Oh, you mean the one that Erasmus had?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely doublet.
I was like,
Oh,
oh wait, I
God.
have that description written up. I'll just use
So-
that.
Zeva's
That was
mentioned
a
it.
lovely description.
Like I said before, Hayne's at the bottom of the pyramid scheme. Oh God, he's trying to recruit us as his downline. It's an MLM.
He's got a quota. He's got to fill.
Remember, guys, like I was saying, it's, you're not dealing with antediluvian horrors or wizard kings at level 1. You're dealing with local bad guys, and your local bad guy is Lord Hayne.
We're dealing
But
with
we
the
could.
face of a shitty pyramid scheme of Lord.
We could be dealing with antediluvian horrors. Where's the Iron Duke? I want him at my front door now.
I need you to go sell this. What's this? It's called Avon.
Sells Avon. Go sell my makeup. Do it.
Left on.
If you guys don't have anything else, I think we can call
Grease
it there for tonight.
Provane.
I think Oberon can answer this question. I still have only level 1 spells, correct? If I'm reading this right.
I
two?
think that is correct. I think. Hold on. Going
Yes.
through my.
I believe it's a half caster. Yeah, it's going to take you a while before you get second level spells.
Warlock is fucky like that, though. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, you're still first level until level 3.
But I have 3 spells I can do.
For Blessed Warrior, I'll be choosing Druidcraft and Primal Savage. I'll have to add them manually, though.
Spicy.
Spicy.
Fuck you.
Some hostility.
Get out of my head, you dumb bitch.
No. I cast Detect Thought. It's
All
literally
day, every
been
day.
the past 3 sessions is get out of my head. You're ready to fuck off.
Well, if that's all, I believe we can call it there for tonight.
Yeah.
Congratulations on level 2. Go ahead and say
Yeah.
goodbye to chat.
Thank you for the game, DM, and thank you for watching, chat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you, everyone.
Bye, chatters.
Thank you guys for coming out and supporting not only the players, but myself. I am deeply appreciative of that. All of your support, your coming out here, your subs, even just watching, your presence here in chat, it allows me to do the things that I love, which is this, D&D. So thank you very much. We will be picking this up next week on the 18th, next Friday, for episode 9, The Iron Duke. There will be no Secrets of Eris game this weekend, as one of our players is occupied with moving and going to a wedding. As such, we will be picking it up next week, so no Secrets of Eris game. As such, the vampire interaction will have to wait. But thank you guys. Thank you so much. I will probably be streaming either this Saturday. Yeah, either this Saturday or Sunday. I'm still trying to figure it out, given that there's so much free time. And we'll try and figure something out. Probably some more map making, because I have some more ideas that I want to get out there. Man, today's session was great. No combat or anything like that, but just a really fun RP session. And I think the players have learned a good bit about what's waiting for them. Their deal now with the Iron Duke. I look forward to seeing what comes of that. But thank you guys. I look forward to seeing you next time I stream. And I hope that you all have a lovely night. Take care, rest well, and until next time.